not let this stupid integration widget break everything.
It's gotta break.
So, how's it going, everyone? And I can sit up straight and actually lean into the microphone. How's it going, everyone? And welcome to another episode of No Excuses with your favorite show host, Ari still.
Fern.
And Volacel, and it makes me very genuinely happy that we're all here for a show again. Because it's really... there's a certain feeling of desolation that sets in when Fern leaves. And it's like, oh no.
I can't help it.
We have a lot of our sort of like sense of personal responsibility is invested in Fern's existence rather than our own. And it makes it very hard to feel like a properly formed human being when Fern's not around. But yeah, we are here to bring you the latest news and commentary on the video games industry for the week, such as it was in the first week following Easter, which is all in the Catholic Church is all a celebratory week. And as a result, the prayers are the same every single day, more or less. It also means that it was a short week for industries worldwide, and that it was a combination of utter chaos and lack of productivity for basically everybody on Earth.
Yes.
So we will try and bring you the latest news and games commentary for the week. Anyway, if you'd like to get involved with the show, you can do so by sending us email at noexcusesvtw@gmail.com. You can follow us on the Twitter at noexcuses. VTW, hold on. Excuse me. Yeah, at noexcusesvtw. You can join us. You can join us in the Discord server, which is really the best place. I mean, it's hard enough for Serathis to get us to remember to check the email box as it is. But if you communicate on our Discord server, you can basically get at least one of the show hosts at pretty much any time of day, given the fact we're all over the world. And you can get there by clicking on the link provided in the show description underneath the archive version of the show on YouTube.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
This week on the show, me and Vaul are chasing Fern around.
Yes, but he's teleporting all over the show.
I'm teleporting over the show because I'm currently doing my commissions, and there's a whole lot of quick little things that you need to do, and it involves a lot of teleporting around and lying to blind women.
As you do.
As you do. Yeah, that whole quest line is just kind of messed up.
There is an achievement called For the Love of Godwin that you get for doing this quest, doing the first part of this quest, the one where you give her the dandelion seeds 5 times.
Right. Sooner or later, she's got to cotton on.
She doesn't.
Oh.
I'm here to tell you. But there are a few of these mini quests like that. I think the long running one is for the sickly girl.
Yep.
And eventually she gets better and becomes an adventurer, and you help her through her exams and stuff, and then you go on her first adventure with her and things like that.
Okay, that's kind of neat.
It just sort of plays out in random quests that happen over the course of time, so it gives it a real sense of time passing to it.
That's one of the big things I hate about daily quests in these games, is because it's the same quests over and over and over. There's no progression. You're just doing the same chores.
I had to do daily quests for something like 2 or 3 months on Honkai Star Rail before I got a double up.
Wow. See, that's the sort of thing we should do with daily quests. Actually make them interesting. Anyway.
Most of the ones in Star Rail are not so much interesting as they are entertaining. Like there's one which is all about this unspeakably snooty guy who wants to make friends because he doesn't have any because he's unspeakably snooty, and every quest dialogue with him at the start of each daily quest starts the same way, like you would expect from a daily quest, but it always starts with him saying, "I've analysed my failure from last time and I've come to a conclusion about the situation. It's not my fault."
That sounds like every day he huffs a big old pile of copium.
I think it's more that he's suffering a big old tank full of his farts. Because he really does think he's the bee's knees, and there's nobody else in the entire city that agrees with him.
Yeah. That sounds like fun. Not for him, but, for everyone else. Okay, I think that's all my commissions for the day. I'll just go ask the commission lady. Means more teleporting. So yeah, I am back this week. I am still on scuff internet.
At least you have been able to log on to something this week.
Yes. I don't know who this person is. Stop trying to join my world. Go away. So yeah, I'm running the thing through a phone tethered connection again, and this is what, week 6 now? And all this time we've been waiting for the tech. He is scheduled to arrive tomorrow. Oh, over here. Here she is. But I can't actually talk to the lady because you two are here.
Oh, right.
She is shy.
Oh, right. We should drop out because he will definitely forget if he doesn't do it right now.
Yep.
But I'm not sure.
Yes.
Sure how to leave.
I have to remember every time. Hang on, it's somewhere around here. I think it's Friends Lit. No, it's co-op. Where the co-op button?
Just kick you out. Because I can just press the return to single player and it just boots everyone out. So yeah, honestly, I'm fully expecting this guy to turn up, take one look, plug in his laptop and say, oh, the problem's at the exchange, and leave.
So this is a service technician that has been sent by Telstra to deal with the hardware in the entire area, right? It's not just you.
Oh, it's worse. They're sent by NBN Co. They are the ISP's ISP.
Oh.
Yeah.
You've told me a lot of you've given me a very negative impression of them, to be sure. But realistically, the Coruscant in this country are actually really good. Like the last time I got stuck and had to call to contact them, I got help immediately, and they had everything fixed the next day.
Which is honestly how this should have been, but no.
I mean, I do have the benefit of I live like 2 blocks from the CBD. So
yeah,
something that affects me is going to affect somebody commercially important.
Yeah. The problem is, though, the issues we've been having are not unique to my place. It's people all over town. So if you actually drive around my town now, you can see Starlink satellite dishes popping up like mushrooms all over the place. I think the number of them in the game, in the town over the last couple of weeks has like quadrupled.
But this is how such things take hold, right? Like somebody has a critical failure of service, and somebody steps in to fix the issue.
Yes. So we've actually also started the process, but that's going to take a while because there's a lot of extra paperwork that needs to be done because it's not my name on the account. So putting it through one of my parents' accounts, it involves a lot of cleaning up.
I've switched to a low-level character so that I don't insta-jib everything.
It turns out over 30 years, a telco can accumulate an awful lot of crap on your account. So, got to get all that sorted out first. So, hopefully tomorrow, fingers crossed, I have good internet again. I know the odds of that actually happening are minuscule, but, hope.
More like cope.
Cope. Opium and copium, it's the same ingredients. So as far as gaming goes, this week, basically a whole bunch of Dragon's Dogma 2.
Oh, you get sucked in?
I got sucked in. The game isn't perfect by any regard, and I would severely love an STFU button for the pawns.
But you need to know about that ladder. That ladder's so important.
Yes, it was also important the last 10 times.
Only
really
10
seems to be the verdict, though, is that it's the sort of the platonic case of a game that is not bad but is held back by being, systematically shite in terms of the way it's been put together as like a piece of technology.
Like, there's some dumb design in that game which kind of adds to it and makes things a bit more fun, but then there's some dumb design that is just dumb. Like having your pawns waffle on constantly. And as of this morning, the Trickster class as an entirety. Who thought that was a good idea?
All the classes
So,
are
yeah.
busted in that game. There is no such
Oh, no.
thing as balance.
Trickster is not busted in a good way. It is busted in a very, very bad way.
Oh. What'd they do to that one?
Yeah. Like, I forget what it's called, the spear class. Magic Spear Caster or whatever it's called. That one is busted in a very, very fun way.
The infinite invulnerability. Thief has a similar thing where any non-spell, you can auto-dodge it.
Yes. So those are fun. Now, the Trickster is all about using a sensor in Magic Smoke.
Mm-hmm.
You do no damage. Or nearly no damage. What instead you do is you summon up a simulacrum and you attach it to an enemy, and then you go and smack another enemy with your sensor, which builds up aggro to you, and that diverts it to whatever the simulacrum is attached to, and then the enemy will go and fight that for you. By the time you've done all that, though, your pawns have already finished everything off. I've only done a couple of fights with it. It seems really bad, and because I'm only like level 2 affinity with that class, I don't have all the tools available, so maybe more will open up. But I fought a griffin with that, and I just could not do anything. It was bad. I basically ran around and waved smoke and everything, and nothing happened.
My only hard crash from the game came from a griffin.
Ah, yes. I haven't had any hard... Oh, hang on. No hard crashes.
Yeah, it was the only one I've had, and it's because the griffin just had its AI wig out.
Yep.
Me and the pawns were fighting.
I also discovered you can use...
Oh, it do not hold onto a griffin's head if its wings aren't crippled.
Oh.
It will take you for
See,
a
I
ride.
found the other thing... Yeah, that's the other thing I found, is if the game doesn't actually wig out when you do that, it will take you for a ride, and you can use it to go quite a distance.
Yeah.
If you don't like making a Mr. Bean style entry.
Yeah, it can take you real far away, alright. So fast, in fact, that too much of the new map has to load, and it crashes the game.
Yes. But I actually got to skip a rather annoying cave that way. It just kind of flew over it, and then I had to use a res stone. What is that?
That is Yao Yao's Hellspawn.
They're radishes.
It's a bunny, and it was flinging
Radishes.
radishes, apparently. Okay.
It's the Yao Yao meta, man. Definitely going to be meta. Definitely.
What's in here?
Level
I have
net.
not done any domains yet, so if you've got any requests,
No,
we
just
can go do some domains.
we do need to do random domains for our weekly, but no, we don't. We don't care. We will not need anything
Alright.
from the domains that you're doing.
Oh, do you still get credit if you complete them, even if you don't grab anything?
Yep, that's what I was doing with
Oh,
you
that's
a
good.
lot when I was helping you farm stuff.
Actually, let's see. That's 25. I'm 22.
Yao Yao,
City Garden.
what weapon do you even have equipped?
A regular spear.
Oh, she has a level 40 Favonius Lance. We're good.
Do I have any better lances? I equipped this one arbitrarily because it was all I had.
Lances, there seems to be very few of in the game.
Yeah, it's considered to be a real problem, but they also have the best physical DPS weapon in the game for those people that care about that. I have a Favonius lance. I in fact have 3 Favonius lances.
We'll go over here. We'll go do Eagle's Gate because then we can hit the ice guy while we're there.
Oh, it's this single player one?
Party level 35. Oh, hang on, that's too high for me. I can't actually go in there.
Yeah, it's a single player one anyway.
Yeah, some of them it'll tell you the level on the map. Others it doesn't. Why?
Well, they never go back and fix any of their quality of life problems.
Yeah, as it turns out. That one? What's that one? Visor purification. That one I can do. Okay, let's go to that one. So yeah, I am having a lot of fun with it. I've got to figure out what on earth the trickster class is, but I think that's probably going to be the class that I don't do anything else extra with. I'll just level it up and then ditch it immediately.
Yeah, I've been mostly playing the thief for my character.
I haven't touched much thief yet. I had my main pawn running around as a thief for a while, and she kind of just spent the entire day fly kicking things in the face.
Yeah, all you need is the bola skill,
Yep.
or you can take the invuln skill if you just want to totally break the game. But I don't have that skill equipped,
Yep.
but I have the bola. So actually it's not a bola. What is it? It's a kunai on a rope, and you just
okay.
you just chuck it at dudes and pull them out of the sky, or chuck them at dudes on the ground, and you can pull them over. And the thief class gets bonuses from critical hits, which you can do to downed opponents.
Right. I'll just stay with. Do I want to do crows? No, I'll take Lisa. Gotta get that overload.
Yeah, overload. That's why you put Lisa in your party. Yep.
Yep.
It's not
Absolutely
because-
the overload, and not any other two things.
I don't have a big. I'm sort of rustled by this, but I'm also not rustled by it because I feel like, tactically speaking, having Bennett in your party is the obvious choice for virtually every team comp in the game.
But he's also Bennett.
Yeah, he's also Bennett, and while I resent not having him because it cuts me out from doing standard teams, I also kind of like not having him because it cuts me out from doing standard teams.
Okay, we're gonna make the Yao Yao meta real right now.
All right. Touchy the keys. Touchy.
Go Hellbeast. Go Hellbeast. Do rabbit things. Of all, you have a Yao Yao.
I do have a yeah. We're not really going to do this, are we?
Yes.
Are we going to do double yao-yaos?
As long as it's multiple people, we can have multiple of the same character. Look at all them virgins from the rabbit.
Have a thumb domain.
But who will
There you
buff you guys if I am not buffing you guys?
It's okay. The rabbits don't need buffs.
The little flags that are orbiting you are Yunjin's buff, and they basically give you a flat bonus to your auto attacks.
Ooh, neat. Do they add the elemental affinity to it as well?
No, they don't.
Ah.
That would be hazardous in a variety of ways if you actually did that in practice.
It would. So yeah, I'm having a lot of fun with Dragon's Dogma 2. I was ready to poo-poo all over the Sorcerer Ultimate until I encountered the Trickster this morning. The Sorcerer's Ultimate is possibly the single worst spell I've ever seen.
Ultimate. You mean
It's,
the rank 10 ability?
Yeah. Oh, the
Oh.
one that you need to go find the Meister for.
Oh, the thief has multiple of those.
I think that a lot of classes do. I'm not sure if the Sorcerer... I think the Sorcerer has two, but I haven't found the other one. The one I'm talking about in this case is Maelstrom.
Oh, okay. Because, yeah, the thief has
Which
a really bad one as well, but the other one makes you invincible.
Yeah. Maelstrom is a 20-second cast time during which you cannot move and you cannot swift cast it. So you can't speed it up. It then drops a big old whirlwind on the enemy, which does okay damage. And then you spend another 5 seconds standing around picking your nose or whatever, and then you can move. Just in time to watch the enemy, walk out of the doom zone. Completely unscathed. So yeah, as much as I do like Dragon's Dogma 2, it does have some just dumb design decisions in there.
They are Dragon's Dogma 2. When it has weird crap like that, it's Suno going, hey, here's a cool idea.
Yeah.
Like the thief's other ultimate that I found is you have a firebomb that's so big that when you light it up and throw it, you can't escape the explosion.
Oh, that's safe.
Yeah, it does exactly what you think it does.
Yeah.
It goes
That's,
boom.
It goes boom. Can I go up there? What is up there? Because this seems like a bad idea. It's adventure rank 30. Okay, yeah, it's a bad idea. We can actually go over into Leeway. Let's go do that. So yeah, it's a fun game, but yeah, dumb decisions, and I think you guys would have already covered it already. Just the dumb DLC policy.
No, I don't have a problem with the DLC policy at all.
I think the whole thing is just dumb. It
No,
doesn't need to be there at all.
This is a giant storm in a teapot. You're listening to the internet commentary on this one. It's
No, I'm saying that's all dumb as well.
Yeah, the internet commentary is just flat wrong about the DLC for 90% of the stuff they talk about. They have no clue what they're talking about. It's the clearest example of just the internet commentary. It doesn't have a clue what they're saying. Because in every single Itsuno game, to get your game published these days, you have to have some form of microtransaction in there. Otherwise, the stockholders are going to rip you a new one. At the very least, if not the investors. So they put this token DLC in there that you can easily have purchase in-game. Yeah, they did it with they did it with Devil May Cry 5 too. You can buy red orbs in Devil May Cry 5, but you can accrue them at a rate of 50 times that per minute that you can purchase for $20.
Yeah, so why would you?
Yes, it's there just to appease the stockholders, just to shut them up.
Yeah,
to
shut them up.
But the internet commentariat is not treating it like that.
Yeah, like it's very obvious when you think about it. It's either there to shut up some bean counters or to prey on really dumb people.
The internet commentariat, if you took their word for it, you'd think this stuff is irreplaceable and absolutely necessary for gameplay. They don't know things like you're limited in the number of waystones you can place per world anyway, and they already have more than the maximum amount in the game. The stupid harpy smoke things are not fast travel. They allow you to summon a harpy you can grab onto to go up on a cliff, and they are all over the place as a common item you can get in treasure chests.
Yep.
And they're not that good.
The only item on that DLC is worth grabbing is probably the soundtrack. That's it.
Yeah, and every game has a soundtrack.
Yeah. It's dumb. Just dumb.
Yeah, I went on being very mad about the internet commentary for that game. Or for that bit, because it's just stupid.
Well, the thing is that there's not really reporting going on per se. It's just, oh well, somebody heard some prominent YouTuber saying it, and they all repeat that opinion as though it's their own.
Yes.
Yeah, but they're all wrong because they're all just copying each other. None of them have actually played the game, or if they have, they deluded themselves into believing a lie.
Yeah. Beyond that, I actually completely forgot that it was there. Well, once you start playing the game, you don't even notice it. Oh, why?
It won't let us do the Yao meta.
Oh, disappointing.
No.
Disappointing.
Nope. I need thighs. There we go.
I was hoping it would let us get away with the Yao meta.
That might be too much diabetes.
I don't know what you're talking about. That little cabbage she's got is terrifying.
It's murder radishes.
It's basically the rabbit of Kernabog.
So yeah, what else have I actually been playing this week? Oh yeah, I took advantage of access to an internet and downloaded a whole bunch of stuff. Dragon's Dogma was among them. I also downloaded the Cyber Sleuth games, Digimon Cyber Sleuth, and been playing through those on an actual proper console now.
Oh yay! Yeah, the first one's just okay, but Hacker's Memory is really, really good.
The first one has some really annoying design that boondoggles on them, largely the fact that you spend most of your time walking around blue corridors. But as far as I understand it, Hacker Memory kind of addresses a lot of those.
Yeah, and Hacker Memory's story is way better too.
Yeah, but I'm going to chip my way through the first one first, so I can get it out of the way.
Yeah, you need to know what happened in Cyber Sleuth for Hacker's Memory to make any sense.
Yeah, because it's
Okay.
kind of the second half of the story.
Well, it takes place alongside it as a not a side story because it's as big as Cyber Sleuth is, but it's a different. You're following a different set of events that are going on while the stuff from Cyber Sleuth is happening.
Yeah. But yeah, the first time I played Cyber Sleuth, it was on the PlayStation TV, which was essentially a PlayStation feeder, which you plug in your TV, and that's it. So everything was weirdly compressed and then weirdly stretched to fit a very, very strange resolution. And the whole game just, well, basically everything you play on that, unless you were streaming it from a console, looked incredibly scuffed. So yeah, it's nice just to play that game again, have some good Digimon memories.
Oh man, have you found War Greymon yet?
I'm not that far into the game. I haven't started running into Ultimates at all yet.
Yeah, when you get to Mega and you unlock War Greymon, and you read what Great Tornado does in a turn-based RPG.
Oh no.
Ignores all of the enemy defense stat.
All of them?
Every point the enemy has in any defensive stat that's relevant to Great Tornado, it just says no.
Oh my.
It is the most busted thing possible.
Actually, I haven't done this challenge over here. I should do that while we're here. And they left. Come back!
Yeah, I don't have a sword that can break those, so the Hell Beasts are gonna have to get around them somehow.
Yeah. But honestly, I've just kind of forgotten. I think I fell into the same pattern as I did the last time, which was basically early game is get Woodmon and win.
But Gomamon.
Because once Woodmon, yeah, it just does not die at all.
But Gomamon.
I mean, Goma. I haven't actually gotten Goma one yet. I need to go get Goma one, but go throw some fish at people.
Yeah, because he has marching fishes.
He has the marching fishes. No, I just like Woodmon because he just don't die. He's there. He's on the field, and you can't get rid of him. That said, I also accidentally Shoutmon, and he's locked in a box, and I will never open said box.
You sent me that PV earlier in the week. Of
the 25th anniversary one.
Yeah, and I like how they just like after after Tamers, they just hit the fast forward button.
Yeah, it's like here's Digimon 1 and Digimon 2 and Digimon Tamers. Remember all the happy memories? Oh look, Digimon Try. All the
Digimon Tamers. Happy memories.
Yeah, okay, I'll get you there.
They don't show Scary Jerry in the promo video.
Yes, or Leomon's many, many deaths. I was actually surprised. I played all the way through Digimon Survive, and I think through most of the endings, Leomon doesn't show up and die.
Well, it's called Digimon Survive. I'm surprised Leomon got to appear at all.
He makes a cameo appearance, and that's about it.
Because
he just shows up on
surviving is the one thing that Digimon is incapable of.
There are a lot of dead kids in that game. Just saying.
Yeah, whoever decided that Digimon was a good kids property had a rather macabre sense of humor.
Yeah. Like the golden ending for Survive, everyone lives and it's all happy, happy joy. But getting to that point, you need to kill some kids.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the only thing that went through the localization team's heads was it has Mon in the title and Pikaman is popular right now.
Yeah. What do you mean this is a grim, dark storyline? Well, we're going on a genuine Digimon adventure, like the actual Digidestined. That was the original pitch from when it was first announced.
Did I bring a Hydro character to a Hydro domain?
Probably.
Oopsie.
Oh no, it's not just a Hydro domain.
Nope, it is not.
It's the long cooldown Hydro domain.
I wondered why I had such a long cooldown of my ability.
So yeah, I'm a spear auto attacker.
And I can't do damage to any of these Hydra dudes at all. I guess I just run around giving moral support.
Okay, my thighs will do it all for you.
Just
Ugh, that's disturbing.
there's some hilichurls over there. You can play with them.
What is that? Can I kill it?
Oh, the monotaunt thing.
Yes.
It's a what's we call it? A stone claw totem.
Oh, okay. Well, the enemies will kill it then. That's fine.
This was not supposed to be this problematic.
Oh, the splishes.
One bullet every 30 seconds.
At least you're doing damage.
I think Fern's Lisa is out damaging me.
You didn't look at what the requirements were for this one.
We can't see it. You have to tell us what it is for everyone because we can't talk to
Okay,
the
who
floor.
thought that was a good idea?
You have to either
Yeah,
pull
we
it.
just get the only thing that we know is that somebody has invited us to play. That's all we know.
Oh, it doesn't even show you on the ready screen where you pick your characters.
We almost failed that.
Ah,
We're just totally
we
flying
almost
blind.
failed that.
Yeah, so we're like, oh, I'm just going through my character list. Oh, Chevrolet looks nice. Oh, what domain is this? Okay, I can't see anyway. Oh no.
Seriously, Genshin designers, what the hell?
There's all kinds of weird crap like that in this game.
Yeah, let us not do the extended challenge. That's just not.
Me and this Hilichurl
No, you
are
found a guy
having
to poop.
we are having an epic duel.
Oh wait, I'm Sucrose again. Hang on. I thought I was using Lisa and just started pressing buttons. So yeah, it's been good times. I'm looking forward to getting the Hacker's Memory, but yeah, I want to get through Cyber Sleuth first. I am very, very grateful though for the Digifarm mechanic in that game. If you want to go for the to fill out the roster,
Oh yeah.
you just stick things in there and they just level.
Yeah, they update it in Hacker's Memory to be even more convenient.
I think some of the Hacker's Memory stuff has made the jump back because you buy them as a 2-pack and it's self-contained in the one piece of software.
It does have one of the worst achievements
some
if you're trying to get the platy though in the world. I forget if it's which game it is, or if it's both games.
Oh,
But it has the gotcha machines.
oh, yes.
The gotcha
It's the first
machine.
game.
Yeah, they might be both of them.
Might be both.
These made me go buy a turbo controller.
You just get all your money and dump it in by the fistful.
Yeah, it costs like no money to spin the gotcha machine, but the stuff is so rare that I just bought a turbo controller and turned it on and went to work. Because it takes forever to mash through spin that gotcha machine.
All right. Can I go and redo some of these domains? Because I've run out of domains.
You can redo.
Oh yeah, you can do domains infinitely.
Oh, okay.
It's only trounce domains that there's only any point in doing them once.
Oh, okay.
Rewards from a trounce domain can be claimed only once per week, but rewards from regular domains can be claimed as many times as you can feed them resin.
Aha.
Yeah, so if you need artifacts from an artifact domain or books from a skill book domain.
He's probably low on every conceivable kind of artifact.
I'm low on everything and Primo Gems.
Yeah.
But being low on Primo Gems is kind of the default state, so.
Yeah.
How
No,
many
I
do
was
have?
quite happy to spend money on Star Rail, but I'm not quite so happy to spend money on Genshin because I'm not sort of very confident in its future at this point. Like, so where
Yeah.
are they going to go from Nouvellette? Are they just going to start, power spiraling the way Honkai Third did. And we discussed this a lot on the last show when Fern wasn't around, but Honkai Third is like in the sort of like the terminal stages of like late stage gacha. In my opinion, anyway, that's the gut feeling I get from it as somebody who doesn't play Honkai Third. From the outside, it looks like they are like deeply ensconced in a pen of like accelerating upward spiraling power creep.
Oh, how did I
To the
put
point
it?
where, like, I've heard it said by people in that community that by the time a character comes for rerun, they are not worth rolling on.
Oh,
Yeah, Genshin.
it's that bad? Wow.
Yeah. Oyo's been historically pretty ridiculous with the power scaling if Genshin and Honkai Third or anything to go by. And
The thing is that the Genshin has got sort of like, it's mostly like there are outliers. It is not like a consistent trend.
the problem is all those outliers are very recent.
Yeah, and the outliers are very outlier.
Like I described Seraphis this way. Most problems in Genshin are rocks that are sledgehammer-sized problems. Navia is like getting a jackhammer, and Nuvalet is like getting a wrecking ball.
Oh. I don't need to touch that.
And after you're at wrecking ball tier for dealing with a sledgehammer-sized problem, I don't know how much bigger you can go. Oh, I stole your lamp grass.
No, my lamp grass.
You actually probably need lamp grass. I think somebody in the default cast needs it. Razor or something.
Razor
Oh,
needs
the furry.
wolf hooks, doesn't he?
Something like that.
I mean, Razor, Wolf, yeah. I haven't actually explored a good chunk of the area around the Dragon's domains. There's probably treasure chests and stuff around here.
Oh, you mean like these little cliff sides?
Yeah. Because when I've been up here, I basically went and did the Dragon's area.
Oh, like that treasure chest?
Like that treasure chest. Whee! I need to not have Sucrose be my only second in this party. Hang on. So yeah, basically that's been my gaming. It's been fairly low key because I can't download anything. But that said, now I've got Dragon's Dogma, I don't really think there's any games coming out aside from Final Fantasy that I'm really going to want to download. The satisfactory full release when that happens, maybe.
Yeah.
But yeah. Speaking of Final Fantasy, I was able to log on and do the Final Fantasy 16 crossover event.
I've not done
Oh
it
right,
yet.
I totally forgot that was happening.
It's fine.
I haven't looked at it at all.
Go and do
even the slightest.
Yeah, go and fight Leg Day Ifrit.
He didn't skip leg day. Or he
Oh,
did?
definitely not.
Okay.
This Ifrit is all about Leg Day.
He loves some leg day.
He does. So it was a fun little event. It's basically the same plot, though, that they've used for every one of these crossover events. Like the protagonist shows up, can't remember, kind of has a realization about that sums up their entire character arc in one go, and you fight the boss.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to pretend to be surprised by that. Like, I mean, what
Yeah.
else really is it going to do?
Yeah, like they did it for Lightning. They did it for, well, kind of 2B, I guess, but not really. But yeah, I'm trying to remember. There was another
Noctis.
game protagonist. Oh, that was right. It was Noctis.
You got the car.
You get the car. So yeah, they do it for every crossover. It's exactly the same.
Okay, Candace, you just look awful to play.
But this time, yeah, you get a wolf with animated toes, and there you go.
Oh no. A wolf with animated toes.
I'm not
Sounds
sure
like a
why I
feature
actually
film.
noticed that they had animated its toes. But anyway. Because essentially what they do for these, they just use the PS5 model and then downscaled it. And I guess that came with animated toes.
Reminded of PSO2 tutus, you can bend the fingers.
You can bend the fingers. Yeah. And now I've just thought of PSO22, and now I'm sad.
Yeah.
What a waste of an IP that was.
They honestly, they would have been better off just saying, okay, we're going to draw a line under PSO2. Let's make PSO3.
Their problem was that they gave the freaking development to the idiot that did the most hated arc in PSO2.
That's only part of it, but yeah. Like, there's so many things wrong with New Genesis.
Well, yeah, he was in charge of everything.
Yeah, has a point, actually. Oop, there's a touchy thing over here. I'm going to touch it.
Kale, what do you even do?
Actually, but first, I'm going to get rid of sucrose.
I'm getting absolutely barraged by elemental particles. I have no idea what's going on.
You are a midget cat.
I'm a midget cat.
Oh, that just went quick.
Well, that's the point. They're time trial fights. They're supposed to be quick.
So yeah, I'm going to leave my my wiki at all of that. I want to catch up on anime, and now that I can actually watch and do a bit of internet stuff, I might do a little bit of a sneaky.
Well,
Rather
there's
don't-
a new season of Slime Time.
Okay, I mean, ooh, curious. Slime Time. I kind of fell off that one. It was fun for a while, but I think they've
Well,
just kind of
it's hitting the same sort of wall that every such anime hits.
yes,
You know, the initial conceit's novelty has worn off, and now it's just power scaling shonen, except that you started way ahead of the game.
yeah, and without the usual hamminess that shonen usually has.
But hey, at least they don't cut out half the story and then put CGI turtles.
Oh wait, yeah.
I mean, technically, it could be worse. That could have been a thing that happened.
This is a thing that happened, just not with that one.
Yeah, that was Shield Hero. Though the turtle was in the manga. I don't think it was in the original light novel though.
No, it was in the light novel. The light novel and manga are significantly different from the web novel for Shieldy Boy.
Hmm.
There's a teleport point down here you didn't get.
Oh, is there? Bloop. Oh, you went down. I was going a different way because I saw shiny things.
There's a very shiny thing over here.
Understand.
Called a teleport point. Is the shiniest of things, and there's a Culus near it.
Okay, Culus is the shiniest of things.
The shine wears off later, believe me.
Yeah.
I resent seeing them pop up on the map now.
But
yeah. There's a whole bunch of anime I want to sit down and watch. Like, there's another series of Mashal, which is just, I love Mashal.
It's literally Harry Potter.
Except Harry Potter can cast Fist and nothing else.
Yeah. It's Harry Potter if Harry Potter was also One Punch Man.
Yes. It is ridiculous and over the top and incredibly dumb, and I like it.
I believe that the anime for Blue Archive will also be starting this week, if I recall correctly. And I'm sort of like eagerly anticipating and deeply dreading it.
yeah,
Yep.
Treasure chest over here, by the way, Fern.
Hang on, I'm finding Culus after Culus over here.
On the upside, the guy that is voicing Sensei is like he started playing the game to get a feel for the role because he was going to audition.
Yep.
And then he kind of got pathologically hooked on it, and so now he's obsessed with it.
This could be a good thing or a bad thing.
I mean, at least he cares about the property at least somewhat.
Yeah.
Yes.
This could be a Ragna and BlazBlue situation, or this could be a somebody has a personal take on the character.
Well, it's Sensei. Everybody has a personal take on the character.
Sensei is fairly much a blank slate.
He's not a completely blank slate, but he is very, very much a blank slate. He's definitely, Mary Sue, wish fulfillment, self-insert type guy. But
Yep.
he's also powerless, essentially.
My music notes do.
Treasure chest, treasure chest. Oh, I have made a mistake.
Oh, I am Bikamira.
I'm going to run between this golem's legs and leg it. I got distracted by treasure.
How important the Linny Lynette brother-sister duo to the story?
Moderately important. Probably will be more important later. They act like they're going to come back. They're not. They're there for the intro to introduce you to Fontaine, and for one section. Later. That's fairly brief, and then they will definitely be coming back, and not the next zone, but the next one.
Right. All right. Yeah, actually, what else? I haven't even really looked at what anime are coming up. Like, I've still got to sit down and finish watching Undead Unluck. Last I saw, they were writing their own manga inside their own manga. So, yeah,
It happens.
it do
I
happen.
mean, it's like it's canonically it's canonical that in Honkai, Welt, in order to raise money for his organization, decided that they were going to make a hit mecha anime, and apparently they achieved a certain amount of success with that.
Can't go wrong with Mecha.
There's a Sele here, Fern.
Out. Is killing these things going to do anything?
He's got people to bully. I will help you since I have a bow, which just makes it significantly easier.
It
believe me.
Chest is right there. Whee! So yeah, that's my week. So Vaul, what you been up to?
It's been misery and chaos at work this week. I've got an inordinate amount of stuff to do that just keeps piling up and up and up and up for a variety of reasons that I can't seem to quite get a handle on. But it's the usual except more so. And the week following Easter is always just chaos. You can't predict it because every customer is obliged to choose either panic before Easter, panic after Easter, or both, and you don't know which will happen. So you end up with that situation. No matter what plan you make, it won't survive contact with. And that's pretty much all there is to it.
Whoa!
Saw those rockets coming.
I never learned to play FPS with a controller. I can't aim.
That's because you are a civilized individual.
Don't know how to aim across here with a controller.
Just believe really hard.
Are you guys just not going to help me at all?
No, we're chasing a Sele. You're on your own.
Okay, treasure collected. We'll come and help until we discover more treasure.
Oh, I'm out of there. Oh no, I'm not. It's gonna She's gonna
Oh,
do
he's...
at the end of the dash. It decides, nope, we're going back in.
It stopped moving?
You hit its eyeball.
Yep.
Oh,
Beat it
because
up.
it was spinning, so it was just like, well, I'll try.
Have a jack in the box.
Have all of the zones.
Right, so gaming-wise, still, like, I resisted temptation. I haven't gone back to FGO for the summer event, even though there's a welfare character. I just don't. I'm not feeling it, man. I'm not feeling it. Not feeling it. I don't think there's anything that can be done about that. They've basically been resting on their laurels too long, and they have exhausted even a superfan's patience.
Yeah.
So, them's the breaks deal. For Blue Archive, the Trip Trap Train event came out. It's quite a short story compared to most of them, but it's basically, it comes across more or less like a character story because it's essentially Ichika's character spotlight moment. And she's sort of a relatively nondescript character in a lot of ways. Like, she's just that other member of the Justice Task Force that really hasn't got much screen time, because Asumi's had her screen time, Tsurugi's had her screen time, Mashiro's had her screen time, Koharu's had her screen time. Ichika's always been in the background, and this is her event basically, and essentially everything goes wrong. Like, it's just a sort of a conga line of terrible decisions being made by everybody involved.
This sounds like the general plot of Blue Archive. Everything goes wrong, and then Sensei fixes it.
Well, he doesn't really. Everything goes wrong all the way, and then it turns out not to have really mattered as much as everybody thought that it did, because everybody had gotten the wrong end of the stick from the outset. Basically, there's but in the wake of the Eden Treaty arc, and I expect that this will be the case in perpetuity, the political situation in Trinity has become contentious because the absolute rule of the Tea Party is no longer guaranteed. Since the Sisterhood gained so much power in the process, so basically the Tea Party is constantly trying to shore up the stability of its rule, because the Sisterhood doesn't want to take rule of Trinity away from the Tea Party. They have no real interest in that. But in order to maintain the public perception of being the most important party at Trinity, the Tea Party needs to shore up its authority. And so basically every event that follows in the wake of Eden Treaty is one of their attempts to do that. And they do this by establishing a historical precedent for their rule. And that's pretty much always the case. In this particular situation, they are attempting to do this by way of an artifact that they've discovered, which establishes the historicity of the Tea Party being in charge. So this is basically, this is sort of like a parallel to searching the patristics for proof that the papacy is a long-established church tradition and not something that popes made up in order to gain power. So basically they found this artifact, which is part of the sort of the historical tapestry of the Tea Party, and they have had Sensei go in, and this happens before the story. Sensei has gone in to oversee the excavation to prove that the excavation was not a fabrication, and that it is, like, being assured by a neutral party to be a real excavation of a real historical artifact. And Ichika from the Justice Task Force is sent in to escort Sensei and the artifact back to Trinity. Now, Ichika, because she's always been the background character, has basically is like, oh, well, this is my time to shine. I'm going to at least want to show Sensei the best side of me, at my most organized. And of course, as soon as you think something like that, you've jinxed yourself, right?
Completely,
So
yes.
She is super organized and loads the artifact onto the train, ready for their departure. And then it turns out that she's got the schedule wrong and she's loaded it on a train to Gehenna instead. The arch enemy of Trinity. So both of them get on the train. They chase the train down. They get on the train in order to protect the artifact. So the plan being that they'll get off at the next stop, and head to Trinity instead. Change lines to Trinity. It turns out that this particular train has, under the table, been commissioned by a criminal organization to basically they secretly attach an additional car to the back of the train, which contains one Kasumi, the president of the Hot Springs Development Club. Now, the Hot Springs Development Club, like most clubs at Gehenna, would in any other context be defined as a terrorist organization rather than a club. That is to say, they take their Hot Springs development extraordinarily seriously. And their approach to Hot Springs development is anytime they find a geothermal area and a underwater spring in adjacent proximity, they start to detonate explosives until a hot spring emerges.
As you do.
And Kasumi is like the ringleader of this, and so she's a wanted terrorist both by Gehenna and everybody else. So she is the prisoner being escorted by this criminal. She's basically viewed as everybody's enemy because the Hot Springs Development Club is absolutely non-discriminating about where they would develop hot spring. So they make enemies of everybody, and this criminal syndicate has become Kasumi's enemy. They've taken her prisoner. But this is something that the prefect team, the Gehenna prefect team, has never managed to accomplish, and they are still pursuing her. So basically, you end up with this collision where Trinity have a critical historical artifact on board, and they don't intend to be on board. They're trying to make it to the luggage car to retrieve it and then get off the train. The prefect team from Gehenna are pursuing Kasumi because she's a wanted criminal, and the train is involved in an illegal business of escorting a prisoner for a criminal organization to a undisclosed location without permission from anybody and behind the back of the authorities. So everybody is acting at cross purposes here, and Ichika, all she wants is to show Sensei that she can be responsible, and everything goes pear-shaped repeatedly, while Kasumi's constantly attempting to manipulate everything in her favor. So yeah, it's a standard sort of comedy of errors type event. I quite enjoyed it despite it being short, and as far as the grind is concerned, it's relatively friendly compared to a lot of other events. You get a good amount of time to complete the tasks that are set before you, so it's not a very rushed one. I haven't tried to do the challenge events yet, so I don't know how obnoxious they are. I've seen a lot of people maudling about them online, so maybe they're difficult. But
I can't turn
we'll see how it
for you,
goes.
Fern.
Yeah, you can't. You can't.
I rolled on the gacha to get Akko, who is a sort of like the Himari before Himari. So when you want to build two teams, you need two Himaris, and if you don't have your oh boy, came out in the water, but I'm playing a short character. I have no stamina. I'm going to drown. Oh boy, there we go. I'm so short that I sunk through the ground when I drowned.
Wow, that is short.
Yeah, that's the thing. I play Ningguang pretty much all the time, and Ningguang is the tallest female model. And so she can just walk in a lot of water that makes other characters swim.
Yep.
So I was like, I can see the ground. Like, this is not blue water. This is basically the same color as the sand. I should be fine, right? No, Diona is very short. But yeah. So I pulled Akko on the gacha, and as usual, the gacha made me go over 100 to get it. But oh well, them's the breaks. It was guaranteed to me if I had taken too long anyway, because the bad luck protection in Blue Archive is actually good. So yeah, Akko's undeveloped as a character right now on my roster, but she will basically allow me to field a second team in raids, because normally you can only really field as many teams as you've got, like credible teams, as you've got sort of meta supports. And this is the case in basically every gacha. Meta supports define the number of teams you can create.
Mm-hmm.
And Akko is one of those. She's not as good as Himari because she doesn't give energy regeneration, but she does give extremely good crit buffs, so really crit-centric characters that need extra crit chance, aka not Mika, because she's got guaranteed crit, because whoever was designing her was high at the time, apparently. Most other DPSs will benefit immensely from Akko, so that enables me to field a second team. Although I don't really take the raids especially seriously. Like, I don't really try very hard intending to be a molding in-game player. I'm just, I just want to be able to get comfy clears without having to angst too much about team composition, and Akko will help that out.
Or do any of the normal quests. Or have you finally gone back and got the...
It's not that I don't want to do them, it's just that there's events running pretty much all the time in Blue Archive.
Yeah.
So you don't really have a chance to do any extra stuff. But yeah, I'm wondering actually if the reason why Trip Trap Train is such an stamina-friendly event is so that you can finish it early if you go full bore on it, so that you can do other things. Because if you just decide to devote yourself to farming an event, you don't have time to do regular missions, right? And the
Mhm.
other thing is that while these don't, I don't think they drop any gear above tier 5. They do drop gear on all of the farming events, which is unusual. Normally they don't. So it allows you to sort of like backfill your catalog of gear, which is
Oh, it
quite
sucked up the
helpful.
ice. The shields.
Yeah, it ate my shield. How could you do this? I haven't been able to work out whether Diona's shield is actually 3D or whether it's a rotating sprite. But yeah, so that's that. Next gacha, Genshin. Haven't done much in Genshin. The only progress that I've really made is I did Zhongli's quest, which gave me access to the worst boss in the world, or so it feels.
Yep.
I haven't even done the proper version of yet. I did the story version, and that's like the story version is just the first half of phase 1 of the real one, and it's already bad enough.
Ugh.
Yep. He's
It
pain
basically is
in
just
the butt.
constantly point blank AoEs. So if you're playing a melee character, you basically get very little time on target. It's kind of obnoxious. I don't know what they're going for with that. It seems like it's just going to hack you off more than it's going to be fun. It doesn't really feel like a real challenge either. So the way I ended up beating it in the end is I would just essentially drop some Miko off-field damage on it and then run away to max range and blind fire untracking gems from Ningguang at it until I had the opportunity to put more off-field damage down. And I just repeated this process until it died. Because anytime I tried to fight it in the conventional way, it would just start PBAOEing 360 degrees and I would get wrecked.
Yeah, there are set points in the fight at health thresholds where he will just spam a 360 degrees, absolutely massive point blank AoE.
Yes, apparently it's every time he's attempting to phase change.
Yeah. So whenever you get his health low enough to phase change, there's just nothing you could do about that except put get a shield on if you can. Although it's really hard because guess where all the shield the geo crystals go if you're playing a geo character underneath this giant fatty.
Yeah, he's got a lot of junk in the trunk, and this makes it extremely hard to get to your crystals that are all invariably sitting underneath him.
Yeah, they're right under his booty, and he is so fat you cannot get under his booty to get them crystals. So okay, you've successfully somehow got your crystal. Now all you can do is put Barbara's health regen on top of it and just hope for the best.
Yeah, it's a really obnoxious boss. I don't think that I've got any characters I'm actively using who need anything from him. I dread the thought that I might. And yeah, so that brings me to the other thing. Nouvelette's banner is up. As we've talked about in the past, Nouvelette is an incredibly problematic character from a design perspective. That is to say, he's so powerful he makes every other character in the game redundant simultaneously. That is to say, if the opponent is not Hydro immune, you do not need other characters. Nouvelette can damage and support and heal himself. He doesn't need anybody else interfering in his business.
And his damage is so big that you will not only not need anybody else, but he will kill it faster than somebody sitting there constantly supplying a Navia with ammo.
Switching characters is a DPS loss for Nouvelette.
Jeez.
It's just like it's really where you don't want to be in like design space terms. It's not a good thing at all.
I don't think this is going to work, Fern. I think we're going to die.
Nouvelette's banner is up and Kazuha's banner is up. And Kazuha is sort of like the different problem that is the same. That is to say, Kazuha is the 5-star Bennett. He appears in virtually every team because he is an incredibly powerful swirl-centric character who is sort of like the 5-star Sucrose in the sense that he supplies swirl to every team.
Yeah.
Like he's like the perfect swirl solution.
Yeah, this probably isn't going to work.
What are you trying to do exactly?
He's trying to
There's
get the
Culus
ball.
in that pillar.
Okay, I think I know how you can get there, Fern.
I'm pretty sure that we're not doing it right if you want that Culus.
Yeah, if you glide from over there.
Meow! Splat.
You ran out of
Yeah.
stamina.
I gotta
Eat
go
stamina food.
back.
Eat stamina food.
How's he gonna find it in his
Yeah.
inventory when the game doesn't pause?
Oh.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, so Kazuha is sort of also another character. Like Nouvelet, if you don't want to do any teams and you just want to use one character, roll Nouvelet. If you want to do any of the mainstream teams at all, then you roll Kazuha. Like, this is like why I'm worried that Genshin is going to go late stage gacha, and why I don't want to invest much in the way of money in it. Like, I'm okay with the odd battle pass because that gives you a truckload of resources for raising whatever characters you want. But when it comes to participating in the process of developing like really powerful teams and interesting comps and that, there are a couple of linchpins that you sort of get funneled into now because they're like the better versions of other characters.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, there's no way
yeah,
out of here
so-
if somebody can't collect the Culus. I'll be here a minute. I gotta climb all the way back out.
I have not rolled on Nouvelet's banner because I really like playing other characters that I play. Like I like to spend time playing Baidu and Ningguang and Yamiko and that. But if I get Nouvelet, then I will always know in the back of my mind that I'm just making things harder for myself, really.
Mm-hmm.
It's like if all I would need to do really would be to switch Nouvelet in, and then I never need to change character again, everything will just fall before me.
Just turn on the Hydro Pump.
Yeah, that's why I say that it's really not where you want to be from a design perspective, even from a greed perspective. Like let's just take the 100% cynical route. Nouvelet has exactly 2 drawbacks. Number 1, he can't kill hydroimmune things, and number 2, he has a penis. Like those are the only drawbacks that he's got as a product. Which basically means that once you've got him, it becomes really, really hard to sell other characters that are powerful unless they trump him in some way.
Maybe that's why they gave him a dong. One day
Could be.
they'll release the female Nouvelet.
Well, I mean, knowing the Genshin community, they probably decided that he's trans anyway. Because they do that for whatever reason. But yeah, it's really it seems to be to me like the sort of thing you don't want to do, because you can't just raise the level of your enemy design to the point where you've made everybody that doesn't have Nouvelet redundant.
Mm-hmm.
So you're kind of stuck with this, creating this sort of like particular segment of your player base. They're not big spenders, so they're not going to roll on every character. They're going to roll on characters that they really value for one reason or another. Nouvelet has a lot of fans of his character, so they're all going to roll Nouvelet. But what they're going to find once they've got him is, oh, I've got this character that I really like. Also, he's the most powerful character in the game, and I don't need to roll on any others. So from now on, the only motivation I need to roll on a character is that I happen to like them enough to justify it.
Yeah.
I'm never going to roll again for gameplay reason. And that's a really dangerous position to get yourself into gacha-wise. You end up being forced to either take the loss on the chin, that, oh, well, I've lost part of my customer base now, and there's nothing I can do to get them back. Or you have to raise the level of the difficulty of the challenges in the game, which is going to alienate a different segment of the player base and prevent you from creating new big spenders. So yeah, it's kind of a rough one. I don't know why they did it, whether it was unforeseen or not, or whether they figured that it's old enough that they are going to embark on this approach now, or whether they just, face planted into it. But
do you need me to show you how to get up here, Fern, with your stamina bar?
I think I might, because I ain't finding it.
Okay, I'm sitting on top of this thing. All right, follow the cat.
But yeah, so I haven't rolled on his banner. I haven't rolled on Kazuha's banner either. I'm sort of saving my Primogems for another Zhongli banner. I'm hoping that there will be one in the future. I was sort of wargamed out that there's a non-zero possibility that when Liyue gets a banner the way Mondstadt just did, that Zhongli will be on it. But in favour, there are not that many characters that they could put on it that are not really new. And against it, Venti was not on the Mondstadt banner.
Oh.
So, yeah, I'm not really sure what they're going to do with that. I'm sort of hoping he'll get a banner soon, but the last banner he had was like August or September. So,
Unless they're going to do a Divines banner or something at the end.
I doubt they'll do. They
Yeah.
might.
They could.
They'll be a long way in the future though, and
I see.
it would be after the next region Natlan is out.
Yeah.
So
What? Glide over the
I don't
cliff face over
think
here.
that'll be the case. I think that there would be tears of blood cried by an audience if they released a Chronicle banner that had like Venti, Zhongli, Raiden Shogun, and Farina on it. Like I think that people would probably start selling their kidneys and stuff.
Yeah.
I guess from a commercial point of view, that's good, but I think that a lot of people would feel a lot of emotions about it.
Did you fall?
Yeah, tried to jump up, grabbed, got the wrong spot, and it popped me off.
Yeah, you can't grab the leaves. You gotta go around the leaves. I just found that out.
I have been tempted to roll on the banner as well. Not because I particularly want to get stuck in the Nouvelle niche, or because I want to build like hardcore in-game teams that have Kazuha in them, but because I want Yanfei. Because I love Yanfei. I really like Yanfei. I'm not even sure why. Like I haven't done very many stories that include her, but I'm just absolutely delighted in every one of them. I think she's a really fun character and very likable. There's absolutely no tactical role for her in any team that I build right now, and she's an incredibly simplistic 4-star character who is definitely tier. But I really like Yanfei. There's no way of me guaranteeing that I would get her though, because sometimes Dory happens. Like when it comes to running, to rolling on a banner, looking at the 4-stars that roll in, Aristeele knows all about what can happen.
The Dory disaster. You didn't get anybody? No! God, nobody else. 0 other characters. It's only Dory.
It's all Dory all the time.
Yeah, I don't want that to happen. So even if I want Yanfei, I don't really feel confident rolling for her. Like, I would be quite happy to build her up. As much of a pain in the butt as it would be to build up another 4-star Catalyst user. But I love Catalyst users generally. Like, they're my favorite characters on average. Yeah, she's not unusable. Like, she's at least as usable as Ningguang, if not more so. She doesn't have as bad base attack, and she's incredibly good at doing things like
Fern, are you saying this?
being a driver.
I am seeing this. What are you doing?
I've glitched it out. we are stuck. I cannot unstuck.
So the spot that popped me out and killed my Sucrose has done that.
My stamina bar is not moving either. I'm just stuck.
You're in kitty stance and you are stuck.
Yanfei's really good at acting as a driver for Vaporize teams, because her charge attack has no internal cooldown on Vaporize. So if you can stick Hydro to them, then you can just Vaporize over and over again. And she has she's clearly designed for this, because she's got a lot of like reduced stem consumption for things type abilities. But yeah, I don't think that I'll bite. Like if I was already dolphining or whaling in this game as opposed to minnowing, I would probably be tempted. But as things stand, I don't really get happy, because there's no way to guarantee you're going to get any of them. I don't think that I could live with myself if I got heaps of Dory. I mean, Dory's not on this banner, but Dory's still Dory. I'm going to die, aren't I?
No, you can climb up as long as you refill your stamina. You should be able to get all the way up to the top.
You can't refill stamina.
Well, you can by resting at the bottom before just jumping on the wall.
It's too late. I'm halfway up a wall and I have 0 visible stamina in my bar.
Just believe really hard. Deep kitty
If I
breaths.
can get like a breath of glide at the very bottom before I hit the ground, I'll survive.
Just plunge and attack.
I accidentally pressed the wrong button, so I died.
Ow.
Let go and plunge and attack.
I'm gonna eat all of your Statue of the Seven's heal. It's a really low level Statue of the Seven. Oh no, I'll deal with my respawning health and I'll find some mobs to recharge my health. Because Diona can heal, albeit not well. That's some bully.
Oh, you were missing what thoroughly distracted me and Fern. I got stuck in the climbing animation, and it super wigged out and wouldn't let me unstick myself, and I was climbing horizontally.
Yes, it was very strange.
I've seen that. It's happened to me before.
But it was extra funny because I'm playing Lynette, and it looked like she was crawling around like a cat.
Gotta be the kitty. I think I've gotten all the treasure over this way. I think.
So yeah, with the Nouvellette banner, who else is on it? Just Sean Fay? Who are the other two?
The other two are the whatchamacallit? The what's his name? Xingqiu?
Oh,
The
Xing.
water guy.
Right. Okay.
Barbara, Xingxi, and Yanfei. Yeah.
Yeah. So all of them are not useless to me because basically Barbara's Barbara, and if you're gonna heal, you're eventually gonna get stuck with Barbara. I'm gonna die again. It's gonna freaking happen. It's just not worth spending because basically the threshold for pity is too hard to meet in this game for me to just spend willy-nilly.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's definitely to the advantage of any given gacha game publisher to have a situation where people are willing to spend without thought, but you need to give people a certain level of confidence before that will happen.
Yeah.
And they really haven't done that.
There is no YOLO pulling for anybody that is actually actively playing the game in this game.
Yeah, if you're just like doing what Ari's doing with Star Rail, where it's like not of any significant concern to him, and he's basically just stocking his roster for the future, then you can get away with it. But for actual play purposes, that's not going to pass muster.
Yeah, like I've just been dumping the accrued miscellaneous gems on and tickets because Star Rail gives you a lot of tickets.
It gives you a lot of tickets. It gives you quite a lot of Stellar Jade as well. And with the sort of luck that Ari's always rocked, he's going to have a very nicely fleshed out roster by the time he actually starts playing. But,
yeah, gotta rewatch that whole story that I've seen so far though in a different language.
Yeah, you really shouldn't just hire e-celebs because they're e-celebs to do your voice acting. Not a good strategy.
No.
For the people that don't quite get it when I say that it's Higurashi tier, go watch the English dub. There's only one season of dub. They didn't dub the second season for good reason. Of Higurashi When They Cry.
There must be a lot of people that don't care though, because did you see the numbers that Star Rail posted this last month on Sensor Tower?
No, I haven't looked at it.
They made like, I'm going to see if I can find them because they made mad numbers. Let's see, Google.
Well, that's probably good for Genshin.
Genshin did great numbers as well, but not Star Rail numbers. Star Rail was like, wow. How do I get the latest one?
Well, what I mean more is maybe the Genshin would never will finally kick in, and they'll be like, oh, we could make that kind of money though if we weren't
Right.
as stingy.
How do I zoom the sodding thing? Oh, Reddit is just the worst.
Agreed.
Yes.
The sky is also blue.
And water is wet.
Let's. Oh, this one's broken out into lots of fragments. It's going to be harder to read. So this is March. Let's see. Where are we at? What? There's a timed event going? Hold on.
Oh, Fern started the thing, but both you and me are miles from him.
Yeah.
Right,
and
so Honkai Star Rail, China region, $99 million in March.
That's a lot of money.
Honkai Star Rail International region, $46 million in March. Like, so between them, $145 million in March.
Yeah. Acheron was sure to be popular, and the anniversary is going on, but that's still redonko numbers.
That's the numbers 1 and 2 positions on the chart. The next nearest, Genshin Impact, China region, $44 million. And then following that, 4th position is Uma Musume in Japan region, $33 million. I guess the Japanese just really like their horse girls.
they apparently do.
Wouldn't know, because side games won't localize it.
Where are we at here? 5th place, Love in Deep Space, China region. Don't know anything about it. Looks like a game for Fujoshis or something. 6th place, Naruto Mobile, China region. I didn't even know that was a thing.
That's apparently a thing, yeah.
And then 7th place is Genshin Impact International region with $24 million. So Genshin is broadly viewed as being in a deep lull right now between Fontaine and Natlan. And it's still making $24 million in March. And the only banner of any real note in March was Chiori's, right?
Pretty much.
I mean, they had what's the Raiden Shogun rerun was also in March, right?
No, I think that was February.
Was February?
In fact, I think that wasn't. No, that was further. I think that might have been January.
Really? My sense of time has gotten really distorted since I became a manager.
Yeah, because we had
Time just moves at such an erratic pace.
Because we had Archon beat, and Nahida was the second Archon in the Archon beats. And I pulled for Nahida, and that would have been around late January, mid-February, somewhere in there.
Down at 9th position, we have Fate Grand Order Japan region, which I'm sort of surprised that it's still up there because it's really on the downswing at the moment. People are really unhappy with I want to say direction, but that would be ennobling it. Lack of direction is more the problem.
Yes.
In 10th position, we've got China region Arc Knights. In 12th position, we've got International region Nikkei. The Butts game.
The people know what they want.
They do like their butts.
Are you listening,
They do like butt
developers?
wrestling.
If you don't make your women look like horses, maybe people will pay you money.
In
Maybe.
21st position, we have Blue Archive, $7 million in March.
And they've been in a
Which
beat.
just shows you can they're on a lull, that we're between major chapters, and in addition to that, they have an unspeakably generous gacha. And they still turned $7 million in a month revenues. So you can do it. You don't have to be incredibly horrible to your fan base. Is there any other notables? Let's see what notables. Yeah, there's basically, it's devolving into shrapnel at that point. Fate Grand Order International is down to 1.9 million. Blue Archive International is at 1.7 million, which is pretty good considering how niche it is. Although in February it did 6 million, but March has been a really slow month for it. Punishing Grey Raven is a bit below that, 1.65. Pinecone Japan region, 1.5 million. Honkai Third International still hanging in there at 1.3 million. Honkai Third Japan region at 1 million. Yeah, so there's
Okay.
there's a lot that are hanging on in there, but we're talking a pretty big difference between the top and the bottom here. Nearly 100 million for Honkai in China, and nearly 50 million for Honkai and International. So, I mean, I've got to give them kudos. This is not just about cynicism. Have you watched the marketing material for Honkai Star Rail? Like the character trailers? They're unbelievable. That's really, really incredible. Like I find myself rewatching them just for the fun of it.
Yeah.
Because that's such good advertising.
Let's try that
I
again.
mean, Fern is sort of in the abyss at the moment as far as that kind of thing is concerned because he doesn't have internet, so he probably can't use YouTube.
Oh, well, that's one way to solve that problem, I guess.
That's bullying, Aristeele.
We were nowhere near getting it with our level 40s. We're going to be here forever.
Yeah, and so you just solved it with the application of canon.
Shoot it.
Oh, Geki Yoi! But yeah, it's they really, really are good at marketing. Like you can't hold over them that it's just cynicism. They're just really good at making you want the characters. Like that, particularly, I feel like Kafka's trailer was really good. Sparkle's trailer was really good, and Acheron's trailer was really good. I've seen like YouTube videos of people who are like who's like specialize in cinematography reviewing the way that they're done, and they just have nothing but praise for them. It's just regarded as incredibly good work all round. So yeah, I'm not really surprised that they're doing so well, especially for a major character like Acheron, who has got the whole mysterious thing going for her as well as being a fan favorite, being that she is the Honkai Star Rail version of Raiden Mei and Raiden Shogun. But yeah, it's definitely that. It's definitely not that. You could not say that miHoYo don't know what they're doing. The thing is that occasionally they do things that seem like they're no longer future-proofing, and that's what I think of when I see Nouvellette. Like, I don't know why you would make a move to make a character that with that much. I'm gonna sneeze, but I can't get it to come out. There we go.
The worst feeling.
A character with that much potential to make other characters redundant is sort of kind of strange. Like, you don't normally want to make other characters redundant. Usually that is representative of either you have given up on the long term for your game, or alternatively that you have made a miscalculation in the way things will play out.
This poor Rune Guard.
He just got bullied.
Well, he wanted to stand in the water and I do ice. Bad things happen.
And he had a Jack in the Box taking that ice and making it be used.
But yeah, so I don't know why they're doing it that way. I'm still holding out on for a Zhongli banner simply because Zhongli is like the comfy character. Like, if you're already committed to Geo like I am, and your major problem is getting one shot by everything like I am, then the ideal solution to that is Zhongli, and you basically can't go past that. So I'm sort of holding out for that. Once Zhongli is in place, then I can more or less start thinking about rolling characters that I want just because, oh, well, that seems like it might be interesting. Let's try that. But at the moment, currently I'm still dealing with the situation of I just got one shot by an Abyss Mage of all things, which has
Yeah.
happened to me before at max level, because Abyss Mages in domains are a different deal entirely. And it turns out that in at least one of the domains, Fire Abyss Mages, when they're in that stun mode after you break their shield, can continue attacking you. They have no animation. They have no animation for it. It just sort of happens.
Oh, when the fire pillars appear underneath you, they go poosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do that.
Oh.
Like, that's not fair. I stunned you. This is not how this game is supposed to work.
Don't care. Gonna keep attacking.
Believe
This is
really
a
hard.
method of
Feels like
grinding.
cheating.
If we believe really hard, it'll break eventually.
Gotta believe.
I don't think that did anything to it. Yeah. They're in a precarious position with Nuvalet, where they have crossed the line with Nuvalet. With Navia, they were on the line, but at least she still needs a team. With
Like, she can one shot virtually anything that isn't a boss, but she still needs support for it.
Yeah, Nuvalet is the team.
Yeah. And he's going to, and it's not just that he doesn't need a team. He makes Navia's damage look like, Ningguang to Navia tier.
Well, it's not so much that; it's that he can do Navia's damage without support. Like, it's he's still not going. He can do bigger numbers than Navia in theory, but he does need a team to do that. The problem is that he can do what Navia does with a team without a team.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, if you're going to do the brain dead play the Nuvalet without a team thing, you're not going to be doing higher damage per screenshot, but you are going to be doing more than enough damage to kill everything in the game without too much difficulty, and that's just going to be the way of things. And I can understand that from an economic perspective. That's why it's tempting to me, because it would be nice to be able to do all of my farming on all of these bosses for all of the characters I actually want to play, if I could just kill them easily without much danger, the way Nuvalet can. But the problem with that is that once I'm in that mode, like, where does my motivation go to raise those characters? Because I already have the solution to that problem fully built.
Mm-hmm.
And then you end up with the situation that a lot of Genshin content creators are in right now, where they can't really talk about characters and strategy and team building anymore, because the problem has been solved. All of the best teams have been figured out, and what's left for them to do content wise.
Yeah, and they've been running into that problem even before Nuvalet, as far back as Nahida. Like,
yeah, but the thing with Nuvalet is that Nuvalet will personalize that problem to a lot of normal players.
yeah,
Right? Like, it will export a mini version of that problem to everybody who gets him. And that, well, they've got their solution. Now the only reason to play other characters is just for the novelty of it.
yeah.
They're always going to have that argument with themselves every time they want to play a character that they just love for the aesthetics or the character or the gameplay or whatever. But it's worse. Like, let's say that your favorite thing is like the generate ammo, stock it up, and then discharge it with a big crit thing that Navia does. Let's say that's like, you just think that's super fun and you want to do it all the time. And you've also got Nuvalet. Like, well, I mean, that argument is the strongest argument that conventional gameplay has got, right? Navia versus Nuvalet, because they're the two champions of easily accomplishing high damage right now. Except one is significantly more easily than the other.
Mm-hmm.
You're always going to have to argue with yourself then. It's like, well, I'm doing this, but if I slotted Nuvalet into a Nuvalet team instead of Navia into a Navia team, it would be better.
Yeah.
Or I could just not bother and I just straight swap Nuvalet and do just as well. Like, this is not. It's really, from a design perspective, it's really not a good place to be in. So yeah, I'm sort of in a holding pattern with Genshin, because the uncertainty of the way that the game as a whole will play out, sort of, it interferes with my impulse to actually sink into the game proper, and my controllers just started drifting
Oh joy.
for the second time. Why do dual sensors do this? I'm gonna have to go through the return hijinks again.
Oh man.
I'm still using the DualShock 4 and have no issues.
Yeah, my DualShock 4 has no issues as well. I'm not quite sure what the hell is
Yeah.
going on here.
I've had horrible luck with both DualShock 4s and DualSenses. Drift has just been an issue with PlayStation controllers in general for me.
Yeah. Like, it's not as bad as Switch controllers, the default controllers, but yeah, it has been historically an issue.
Yeah,
I think maybe I've just gotten lucky.
I just need to get it bad to be bad enough so that it will show up in a warranty test, and then I'll return it again, I guess.
Yes.
My goodness.
I wish I could use actually my Switch controller for PC because that thing is art. I love the Switch controller. Not
It's
the
certainly a
default,
robust solution.
but because I've got my actual Switch console right near my PC, it does unspeakable things. Yeah, two Bluetooth devices trying to connect to the same controller at the same time. It don't end well.
Yeah, and you
Yeah.
can't really. Even if you
I guess
unpair the Switch controller, it gets.
It gets antsy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a solid piece of kit, though, I have to say.
it is a very nice controller, the
It's-
Switch Pro.
I prefer the form factor of the DualSense as like a personal preference. Yeah, just keep walking to the right, Dion, even though I'm not touching the stick. That's exactly what I want out of my controller. Can't believe it's doing this to me. Good grief, I've only had this one for what, 2 months?
Yeah, that's very early to be getting drift on it.
Well, the last one got drift after only about 3 months of actual use.
Mm.
I wonder how many of these drift problems are intentional design flaws so that you buy more controllers.
Well, the thing is, I didn't buy another controller.
Yeah, you didn't. But how many
This
people
one is
do?
free. Yeah, I don't know. What I'm concerned about is how many times can I return this before they start to get like, are you for real?
Yep.
Fern, there's just a chest just sitting out here in the open with. It's just a common chest, but it's just kind of sitting here.
Free
ready to be
treasure.
opened. Not really sure why. Didn't seem to be guarded. It's just there. There was like a couple of hill shells or something. But yeah. I have not really immersed myself much in Genshin largely because it's the hole that I'm up to, and I think that the hole is something I'm going to have to sort of like take a deep breath, dive in, and then smash it in like a day or two, and then move on with my life.
If you can, that's a big hole.
Yeah, I might need to take some time off to do it, but I need to get through it, and I just don't like if you're going to sell your game almost entirely on the merits of its story. Don't put big beats in it where you can't get any story.
Don't put holes.
Don't put holes.
I mean, I'm sure the hole was great as filler content at the time it was released to tide people over. But going back, it's just a big hole. And I don't mind the hole. I think the hole is fine for an exploratory zone. It's just nothing is happening while you're exploring the hole. I got stuck in the hole for a week and a half, 2 weeks.
Yeah, I'm just like sort of super neutral on the exploration generally. Like, I think there's probably been partly because I don't really like Inazuma generally. There's a lot of things about it I don't like. Like, I don't like the types of puzzles that it's got. I don't really like the fact that everything is surrounded by water. I don't really like the fact that there's no story anywhere.
What are you talking about? You went to go help the Resistance for 3 weeks.
Yeah, it was a black screen saying that I did. But yeah, I do. It's not. It's definitely a momentum killer. and you're sort of you come off of Liyue sort of on a high, really, and then you go into Inazuma and you're still on a high, and that continues to ride out in the short term, right up until you go to help the resistance.
And then the black screen happens.
Yeah, and then after that, you're just doing like there are good set pieces in there, but they're not connected by any connective tissue.
Yeah, it's like the problems with Inazuma, like Inazuma's, it has this interesting setup. There's stuff that could be happening there, and you'll notice this when I was talking about it early. Like, oh, this is interesting. Oh, this is cool. This could be going somewhere, and then immediately, as soon as I got to the black screen in my playthrough, my opinion changed radically.
So here's something that could be very interesting and fun to go through. No, we're just gonna skip it.
Yeah, when Vaul was going through it, I just didn't even bother playing it coy.
You didn't him?
I didn't bother playing it coy with him about the story. I'm just like, it's just bad.
Yeah, I was not really prepared for the way in which it was bad, though. Like, it was bad largely because it wasn't there. Like, you just get, like, a chain of set pieces, one after another, and then the story is over, and it's like, yeah, but where was the catharsis? It just sort of stopped, rather than ending.
You still haven't climbed up this cliff to get this chest, Fern.
I found another chest over here. I'm talking to some Hilichurls. Oh, another chest.
Hilichurls are not civilized, don't speak to them.
Oh, another chest. There's like
Racist
4
against
chests all in
Hilichurls.
here together.
You're gonna get too far away from this one, and you're gonna forget about it.
I haven't actually gone anywhere. There's just a whole bunch of chests in one place.
But yeah. The hole, you could probably, if you're not exploring the hole, I don't think there's anything in the hole that makes you need to stop and do any exploration. So you might be able to just zip through it.
Well, I mean, how do you get through it, though? Like, if there's no story, do you just, like, bounce from main quest to main quest?
You'll
I haven't even worked out how to get in yet. That's the thing.
Yeah, it's some quest in Liyue, I forget where you pick it up, and it'll tell you go to the hole.
No, that's not the problem. That's not the problem at all. I know where the hole is. That's not the problem.
Oh yeah,
The problem is I don't know how you get into the hole.
Yeah, there's a
because the quest doesn't tell you where to go at all. It just tells you, no, you need to go in the hole, and I'm like, I'm in the hole. No, you need to go in the hole, and I'm like, I'm in the hole. It's like, no, you're not. It's a different zone. Go into the hole. If they don't put a marker on the map.
Oh, you gotta open the hole.
Telling you to go to the hole.
You gotta open the hole from the hole's top. So there's the roof of the hole, which is pretty small, relative to the rest of the hole, and you have to go and find some thingies that you need to turn off to open the hole. And then
Find some thingies, huh?
Yeah, they'll be like sending evil juice to the hole, and you need to stop. You need to stop the flow of the evil juice. And there's a quest that tells you to go how to turn them off. It gives you the thingy to turn them off. I do not remember where it is.
But the thing is that they don't tell you any of that. They just say, no, go in the hole. Like, that's the only instruction I have. The only quest direction I've got is like, go in the hole now and do a thing. And I'm like, okay, so where's this thing? It's like, no, it's in the hole. And it's like, yeah, I'm at the chasm. Like, no, in the hole. Yeah, I'm in the chasm. No, in the hole. Like, come on, be more explanation, please. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm here.
I'm reminded of the initial Ys 8 localization where they nicknamed their version of the chasm the Big Hole. Or the localization team called it that or something. I can't.
It's so frustrating. Like I was like, I just want to zip through this place, but I can't work out how to start it because I'm here. But it's just telling me that my quest target is in a different zone. It's not telling me where it is. So I don't know how to get to this zone. This zone is clearly an underground zone, but you won't tell me how to get into it.
Oh, this is bad. Hang on.
What have you done?
Lisa died, and I've only got Sucrose to fight this thing.
It'll be fine. You don't need to do damage.
It's only completely immune to arrow.
Believe me, I've noticed.
Okay, there we go.
Finally dead.
There we go. It's dead. Ooh, a bubble. A whole bunch of treasure.
Primogems. Yeah. So anyway, Genshin is sort of like, don't really know how to deal with this right now, type of thing.
Yeah.
Star Rail is in sort of like we're sort of like post 2.1, in the post 2.1 lull, where all of the people who mauled over team comps are now competing to work out how to make the most broken team comp, and everybody else is just sort of like running around trying to do side quests. So last week I reported that I was having trouble with adventuring. Now, lots of people had trouble with adventuring, and all of those people got dragged online for it because everybody said, "Oh, he's so simple. What's wrong with you? You're so bad." It's like, I don't think you people are grasping my problem. None of you seem to be grasping my problem. If the fight was not a luck-based one for thematic reasons, I would not be having a problem. The fight would be over. The problem is that some people who are not me can roll more than a 5 on 3d6.
Yeah.
Some of us, on the other hand, roll a 5 or less 4 times in a row.
You need to learn to reject evidence in the past. You've got to believe your
I
luck
fell
is
to my
good.
death.
If you just believe your luck is good enough, it will help.
Believing that your luck is poor is a product of observation.
Yes, you have to reject that. You have to not believe your eyes.
Yeah, I'm not a leftist, so I'm really bad at that.
No, it's beyond that. You have to just totally self-deceive your entire perception of reality, your history, everything. You have to go a step further. Forget everything that ever happened.
For you or just for me?
To the stream, no time has passed, and I'm still on excellent connection.
Okay, so long as the stream is fine, it's fine. But Ari sounds like a...
Oh, it's been a bit jank for me, but I was been putting it down to my jank.
Yeah, you guys sound fine to me.
It's fine. As long as the stream's still going and nothing's on fire, we're okay.
We have a local
My chain
backup.
deaths have completely depleted your Statue of the Seven.
No, I haven't even touched that thing today. You just ate my entire statue.
Yeah, well, it's necessary. Oh, crap. Nearly fell to my death again. Elevation is a harsh mistress.
Yes.
I'm not sure.
Do not argue with Lady Gravity.
But yeah, so adventuring was rough, but eventually I overpowered him using a crude expedient of raising Natasha's HP to 5,000. So from about like 2,900, so that I could just take on the chin anything that happened to her. Other people were relating this particular challenge as being trivial. Like, oh, well, it's easy. You only need to heal your characters that have single target. It's like, yeah, I only have one of those, and she gets insta-gibbed every time. What are you talking about? And this was basically my whole experience fighting the final boss. It's like, oh yeah, you keep telling me how it's easy, I can see how it's easy, but ultimately, I have to roll well. And it's not hard to roll higher than, say, like, I think normally you only need to roll higher than a 6 or an 8 or something like that. On 3d6, that's not hard.
Nah.
Except for me. So, yeah. Basically, if you roll badly enough, you're going to fall behind and die. End of story. There's not any way out of it. That's just how it be. And that was how it was for me at length, repeatedly. There's not really any other commentary on that. And I overpowered him simply by making it so that bad rolls mattered a lot less, because it would not result in a character death. But that resulted in me having to spend time farming relics so that I had pure HP relics to put on a character. Now that's not bad. I probably would have done that anyway if I were planning to build that character. But Natasha is the lowest tier sustain in the game. So it was not really an economic way for me to use my resources. But it is what it is. I got through it now. Story doesn't really go anywhere terribly unsurprising after that. There are a few little reveals. So one thing that I've noticed about the definitely about the Star Rail community, but about Hoyoverse game communities in general, is that they have 0% shits given about spoilers. Like, they have absolutely no respect for people who don't want to be spoiled. So I was spoiled on heaps of stuff going into this patch. I remained unspoiled enough to still enjoy it. But if you have any value, if you put any value by the story whatsoever, you will not look at community stuff at all. End of story. You can look at pure mechanics on mechanics-based sites. You cannot look at general sites. Cannot look at the Reddit, cannot look at the Discord, cannot look at anything. Because they will spoil you wildly. And they will not wait until the patch is out to do it either. The first time somebody leaks something from a test server, they will go on Twitter and they will spoil it. So, do not let on to the algorithm, if at all possible, that you give a toss about Star Rail, because you'll get spoilers fed straight into your Twitter feed, or straight into your YouTube, or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't understand how they can care so little about it. Like, I don't know, when I was like into my particular generation of pop culture or whatever, spoilers were a big deal.
Oh yeah.
Like, spoiling something for a person was like a really cruel thing that you did if you really hated them. Now, everybody just spoils everything without a thought. So, yeah, my advice is if you really want to get maximum enjoyment out of the Star Rail story, make sure you never go within a country mile of the community, because they do not want you to enjoy it. They want to show off how much they know about what's going to happen.
I wonder how much of this is a
Really
product.
obnoxious.
It's a product of the culture these days in general that people are more okay with just being jerks and spoiling stuff. But I wonder how much of it is also the age of the Honkai community, because in the West, at least, it seems like they're a bit younger than us, anyway.
For Genshin, that's definitely true. I don't know if it's true or not for Star Rail. For the Honkai 3rd, actually, I've noticed that Honkai 3rd are very protective of their main spoilers. Even, like, spoilers that were spoilers for, like, the very first chapter, I've seen people already saying, no, don't talk about Himiko's story. Wait for people to experience what happens in that story on their own. Like, this is content that's literally 7 years old, and they're still trying to defend it against spoilers. Genshin, Star Rail, they don't give a toss. So it really might be a generational thing.
Yeah, because we're bad at it. All three of us are when we're trying to dodge spoilers and revealing them to each other. I'm exceptionally bad at it.
Well, it's because we're always like on that edge, like the entire time.
Yeah.
So that's everything that we know is a spoiler for at least one other member of the group.
Yeah.
It's gotten so bad that I just intentionally make up stuff sometimes, and I'll just weave it in whenever we're talking about something that I'm ahead in.
But yeah, I would advise for Star Rail that you just stay away from it, because there are a number of twists in the story. Like, they're not like M. Night Shyamalan level twists, but they are still twists. They're not twist level twists.
They're not twists.
They're not twists. But yeah, I still think that it is very important that you stay away from the community, because they do not care about spoilers. They seem to delight in. I don't think that they delight in hurting you by spoiling things. I don't actually get that vibe. I get the feeling that it is more important to them to show off that they know about the story than to ruin your experience. They just don't make the connection between those two things.
Yeah, they assume because they've already read it, or they're up to that point, that everybody else is as well.
Yeah. But there's heaps of people still progressing. Even for a story that is still in its beginnings, like Star Rail, there's still heaps of people that are, just wrestling with the beginning. And especially with 2.1. 2.1, I mean, it's got a tough boss, and there are tough bosses in 2.0 as well, depending on how your team is built. If you were, on the dot team bandwagon from day one, like I was, then you're going to be able to muscle through the major difficult bosses of 2.0. But people who had built conventional teams, which were single target focused based on like the old Sele meta, or maybe they hadn't like fully moved into the Jingliu meta, which is more blast focused, like they would have had more trouble with that boss if they were like moving along that track and didn't have mature accounts. But yeah, there's still basically the short version. There's still lots of people progressing, and there's heaps and heaps of content to get distracted by as well. And I think this is especially apropos to discuss things like what is the best way to enjoy the content at this point, because they're in a sort of a sticky position where there is a free 4-star character selector going, but it requires you to have finished Penacony to use it. Meaning there are going to be a lot of people who are going to want to rush through the story. And I don't know if rushing through the story is the best thing. In fact, I think it's probably quite bad. I know that there were certain plot points that I enjoyed the reveals better because I had done side content. So if you just rush the main plot, you're just not going to get as much out of it, which is why I think it's a bad idea for them to put a character selector on a event that requires you to have cleared 2.1. Because there's a lot of people who are like, oh no, character selector, I better rush the main plot. But they're not going to get the fullness of it without the various reveals in the other stories. I think at minimum, you should really do Trailblaze continuances, and you should do companion quests up to date before you move on with the main plot, because they contain a large amount of like plot relevant points and character reveals about, you know, the sorts of things a character is, the ways a character acts, the people that those characters know, and that kind of thing. So yeah, reveals that I think are okay to spoil because they basically the question that was dangled in 2.0 was, well, it wasn't really dangled as a question. It was basically they made some question. They made some things. They said some things that didn't make sense with the marketing as part of the plot. But basically, those things have all panned out in the way that seemed to make both narrative and commercial sense to me in the end. Where I was a bit sort of concerned that they wouldn't really do that. That seems like they're just throwing money away. But
Fern, why would you light me on fire like this?
It was all a
Because
scam.
fire.
But generally speaking, everything on Penacony is a scam. So everything on Penacony is a scam, and I think that there is actually, much in the way you sometimes got in FF14, there's a certain amount of benefit to playing patches as they come out and having to wait. At times, like I feel like there were certain things that you were supposed to forget, at least in a sort of like not on the surface of your mind anymore, between Penacony 2.0 and 2.1, that enhanced some of the reveals because it enabled them to have as reveals some things that you actually already knew, but just hadn't been thinking about for a while because it wasn't of immediate relevance. And then you get reminded of that thing, or something that had become background knowledge gets reframed in a new light, even though it had become background knowledge for you since the last patch came out. That type of thing. I think if you played it straight through, then everything would just slot together nicely, which has its own type of satisfaction to it. But there's a certain amount of impact that you get when it's something that they obviously knew that you hadn't been thinking about this. Therefore, there would be a freshness would be added to it when it was revealed that, oh, actually, remember this? Well, that was actually true all along, but not exactly in the way that you were taking for granted. But yeah, so I feel like they've structured the story quite well. There's a lot of things about it that I think are not elegant, and there are some things about it that I think is, oh well, I've seen something analogous to this done in Blue Archive beta, or I've seen something analogous to this done in FGO beta, or whatever. But as a whole production, it's extremely good, taking into account, the extensive tools they've got available and the animation and all of the thing, the marketing. The bizarre thing about this game is how important the marketing is to the plot. Like, that's not something you normally think about. But there are certain sort of feels that you can get for characters, like vibes and sort of insinuations and background material that you can really only fully grasp if you're also part of the marketing cycle from the game, which is basically cynical genius from their marketing department. Like, you find yourself really wanting to stay plugged into the marketing cycle for the game because you never know when you're going to get a tidbit that's important to the story. And it's not like, oh well, if you don't do this, if you don't see this marketing trailer or whatever, you're not going to understand the story. It's not to that extent, but there are certain things. Oh well, yeah, I saw this thing in the promo trailer that has these particular frames and these particular motifs, and if you put that together with this statement that this character has made and in this situation, then sort of like this whole world of sort of speculative lore opens up to you, and some of that turns out to be accurate in the end. So yeah, that it's a if nothing else, Star Rail is a masterclass in gacha marketing. Like, I cannot imagine how they could have done it better. But yeah, so I enjoyed 2.1. I still have heaps of material to catch up on. There are lots of little quests here and there that give you quite a bit of perspective. The side quests are still valuable. Most of the side quests are not trivia. They are of import in one way or another. It's sometimes not terribly clear exactly what that way is. But they don't have any quests that are just about gathering the precise amount of bear asses that you need. Like, the side quests are always, oh well, you are doing this thing for this person because of this reason, and this tells you a certain thing about the way people think and act in this context, in this world, and that type of thing. Like, they're all revelatory in one way or another. Some of them are actually totally nondescript random blue world quests that you don't really care about, and you'll do them and then you'll sort of just engage with, so, oh wow, this is actually the roots of this run deep, and these other major important characters become embroiled in these events, and you learn a little bit about who they are and what they've done in the past.
So before we get too far from the marketing, I got a question for you. Also, I got a great idea for content. Fern, see those three dudes over there? Go fight them on your own. We're just going to sit here and watch.
Are we? That's kind of mean.
Before Fern.
But this is an experience that will serve you well if you have not fought many of these guys before. Because this is a particular combo you will see over and over in Leeway.
We're just going to watch.
I don't know how tough these guys are at low level.
Very. Let's give them a minute.
It's been a long time.
Oh, there goes that one. Oh, they're gonna.
Ouch! That hurt.
That's not the hard part yet. There we go.
Oh, that's mean.
That okay. Ready? They're doing. Oh, I see. That's just dirty.
Yeah.
It gets worse.
He's homed in on the softest target at least.
Yep.
The problem is that once he's really focusing on the hardest target, it's going to make life difficult.
You got one.
He got one. He got the easiest one.
And I just got oopsed. I'm about to die because I need to stop and cook.
Okay, he threw in the towel. Let's go. So yeah, these are what we affectionately call the Fatui assholes.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the most common, one of the most common combinations. It's not necessarily the worst. The one that I hate the most is actually 2 hydros plus any other high damage Fatui. Because the 2 hydros will constantly cross heal everything that you're trying to do.
Yeah,
I
you
can see
have.
that being painful.
Ah!
Like the archer hiding behind the shield is just why?
I'm letting Vaul play with Lightning Boy because he's got ice. Oh, it's almost dead.
Ice is the ideal tool to deal with these things, insofar as anybody has an ideal tool to deal with these things.
Yeah, your first time encountering these guys should be a special experience so that you know what they do. And that
Yes.
there are a lot of them. These are the reason that these are probably the biggest reason that mono element teams are gonna not work super well when you're exploring the world out in these older zones like Liyue and Mondstadt or Dragonspine.
Yeah, Mono Quantum works in Star Rail because Silver Wolf is a thing. Silver Wolf does not exist in this world.
Yes.
We have no quick way to get rid of this guy's
So
fire
no
shield,
Legends trying to
however.
do 'em.
I'm doing 16
my
damage a
goodness.
hit.
I hate fighting near campfires. My goodness.
I know, right?
Auto targeting immediately converges on the nearest campfire. Don't know why. Don't know whose idea that was, but they're a sadist.
Back
You
in the
gotta
Jack and
cook.
Box.
The word cook seems to have become Zoomer slang lately.
Oh yeah, let him cook. That's become one of their memes.
I don't know what it means.
Yeah.
I think it means like, no, they're onto something. Let them keep going. Let's see where this goes.
Yeah, basically.
Are you
Basically,
guessing,
yeah.
or do you know that's what it means?
That's what I'm inferring it means. I have not asked a Zoomer.
I don't know any Zoomers to ask.
Man, you want me to tell you how old I felt? I had a revelation. The Zoomer I know is approaching his mid-20s.
Oh.
Like he said he was up for a promotion at Publix, and I'm like, how long you been working there? About 4 or 5 years. I'm like,
Well, he's holding
no.
He's holding down a job for several years in a row. It's better than the rest of his useless family.
He's doing pretty good, yeah. Thankfully, the only Zoomers in my life are like toddlers, so I'm happy with that.
No, toddlers are alphas.
Yeah, they would be actually. Yeah, damn.
Yeah, they're that's even worse.
That's worse.
Oh no. Okay, so we got distracted by the Fatui. I was going to ask you about the marketing. How important is it to follow the marketing?
It's not important unless you're like really into it. Like you can still understand everything that is majorly important to the plot without any of it, but you'll get certain like clues and vibes. Like Acheron so far has no in-game backstory, but if you watch her promotional material, you find out a little bit about what her people went through. So basically, it's in the marketing. It is implied that well, she comes from Izumo, and Izumo was a very prosperous country of land of like. Then they had a proud swordsmithing tradition because they're the weeb planet of the weebs.
There's always one.
But they basically ended up facing some kind of calamity, and so they destroyed thousands of swords and used the fragments to forge like a set of like super swords, and then that led them to an even greater era of prosperity, and then everything went pear-shaped. And in order to try and save their planet, they then destroyed all of those super swords and used them to reforge 2 like super swords, of which at least 1 is being wielded by Acheron now. And they were basically, and then it is implied that the whole reason they went through this, the whole reason they fought so hard, was because they had been lied to about something, and it turned out that it was all meaningless in the end, that they were basically chasing ghosts. There was never any way out of their predicament, and they were deluded the entire time. And that's sort of implied to be what is behind Acheron becoming the person that she is. Like, she was a instrumental person designated to be the wielder of one of these final swords that was supposed to save their people and didn't. But none of this is in game. This is all outside the game. They will probably talk about it in game at some point, but you're sort of like a little bit ahead of the game if you are attending to the way they're marketing characters. Similarly, there's material about Sparkle, right? So in game, Sparkle's just a troll, essentially. She trolls the crap out of everybody all the time. And that doesn't tell you anything about her. Oh, you're getting hit by a squirt gun. Are you scared?
Yeah.
But what is revealed, and because it's Sparkle, you don't know if it's all complete bullshit or not, because Sparkle bullshit's really. What you don't know is if it's real or not. But the story told about her, there are basically two stories that have been told about her. Number one is that she's part of a clan of puppet masters, and she's the last one of them. Whether or not she's a puppet master or a puppet is also up for debate. But the story that is told about her directly in the marketing is that she was once an idol, a performance prodigy, like a child actress who was like a rising star and generally regarded as like the next hot thing. But that lifestyle of always putting on the mask and having no real personality, the way, like basically the Rise story from Persona 4, basically caused her to snap, and so she became a devotee of Aha instead. But none of that is in the game. That's all in the marketing.
Huh.
I see. Yeah, I just roll for the funny mahjong teams.
Yeah, I mean, the funny mahjong team is definitely a real thing. You kind of need Silverwolf to execute on it, or ideally Silverwolf and Fushwin, although you can make do with Silverwolf and Lynx in addition to Sparkle and Chinshui. But yeah, it's definitely a good team. I'll probably roll on Sparkle next time she comes around if she hasn't been like utterly superseded by somebody, simply because it enables a different type of team that I can't do. But I had just rolled on a 5-star Harmony support, so I was like, well, my priority since I'm playing this game actively is to collect pieces to functional teams, and if I roll on 5-star Harmonies every time, then I'm not going to be making progress. So
the damage dealer you pick may not be as important as the supports, but you still need to have a few of them.
Yeah. So I do have damage dealers now. Like I've got two major carries and a carry in Black Swan, Acheron, and Cuff. So that will do me for the short term. I'm planning to roll in 2.2 on Fushuen because I like Fushuen, and she's not necessarily regarded as a meta sustain, because she tends to get her shit wrecked in Golden Gears and Swarm Disaster, but she's still definitely a very good, strong, stable solution. And because I accidentally pulled Jeopard, I've got him as a secondary sustain to use in 2-team content. So yeah, please stop walking continuously to the right, Diona. Oh my goodness, I hate drift. Makes me want to cry.
Fern,
Why are we doing this like the hardest way possible?
I don't know. You're the one playing a pyro character, destroying our footing.
I know, right?
I'm trying to swirl it and make it bigger, and you're just making it go away.
No fun for you.
Need to change character. But the drift is preventing me from bringing up the party menu.
Ugh. We should probably take a break.
Yeah,
We are
cool.
way past
I'm
time.
cool with that.
we're at 2 hours and 15
But
minutes.
this is how it's gone every single time that you've been gone. So I hope you're proud of yourself.
No.
It's okay. We got to watch Fern try to solo the Fatui.
Yeah, the questions are being raised whether or not we are in fact a MiHoYo promotional show.
I don't know. As much as we bag on Genshin, I don't think they'd call us a promotional show.
But the thing is that I'm attitudinally right back where I was when I wasn't playing Genshin, which is like I like the game, but why is it riddled with problems that are easy to solve? Which I guess is the way every World of Warcraft player feels as well.
Yes.
Yeah, so we'll talk about when your active game isn't a Hoyo game when we get back and get to my week.
All right, we should
So-
do that then.
Here is I forgot to set up the music again, so here is the break screen, and we'll be right back.
A baby.
Yeah.
And we're back.
Yes, indeed.
Yao
I'm
Yao's
drowning.
finding me bird eggs.
We've got. Oh, she finds bird eggs. I haven't even looked at that.
No, you just broke a
Okay.
bush when you were zipping around, and it popped out a bird
Oh,
egg.
did I?
Yeah.
Oh, convenient.
Anyway, yeah. So in order to progress my forays into 2.1 in Star Rail, I did the new event, which is bartending, essentially.
Yeah,
Basically,
okay.
the story is that in Penacony, the Dreamweavers have basically populated Penacony with autonomous NPCs of sorts. They're dream constructs, but because in Penacony Memoria is so dense, they basically are essentially real people of sorts, real creatures that exist only in the dream, and they are unfortunately only as stable as dreams, so they tend to become erratic as the nightmare overtakes the dream, as seems to be happening. It's something that is being discussed in the background of the events of Penacony, is the encroachment of the nightmare, although it's not really clear exactly what that entails. But at the bar, basically, your duty is to. I just drowned. Oh my goodness! You're kidding.
Did you get stuck under the ice? Did you
No.
just see that? I just saw a Vaul walking on the bottom of the lake.
I didn't. I saw me drowning.
That was
the-
very strange.
So basically, because these creatures become unstable, you basically have to work at a bar and give them the drinks that they order and listen to their woes, and then try and help them resolve their emotional instabilities. So basically, they'll specify that, oh, I want a drink that is refreshing and sweet or whatever, and you've got to brew a drink that suits their particular preferences. Although sometimes they will ask for a drink that is melancholic, and you have to try and figure out what constitutes a drink that is melancholic. But yeah, it's definitely an interesting event. It's not particularly difficult, and if you were to just go ham on it, it would probably only take a couple of hours to do. But I definitely really enjoyed it. There's some story behind it. There's a little bit of additional understanding of how Penacony works and what the people are like therein, and the politics between the major families that make up the power structure of Penacony. Does any of us have an ability to hit that guy?
I was wondering that and started to go to the party menu to pull out Kale or something, but nope, can't open the party menu.
There you go. There he goes. Get him.
Oh, we're fighting. We gave up. We're fighting the shamans over here.
Oh, okay.
What does Yaya's ult do?
Lots of rabbits.
Oh, okay.
I will join.
Beasts.
Yes,
Ooh, epic artifact.
I will.
Hero's wit.
I will join you on the Hellbeast creation tour.
The Yaya meta.
Yep.
This seems like a very strange and terrible idea.
Actually,
But, yes.
2 Yo-Yos probably exponentially multiplies her usefulness.
But that's largely because their usefulness is so low to start with.
It's just more rabbits.
He's incredibly good if what you want to do is collect critters. Because critters will not run away from a Yaya.
Ah.
Oh, I tried. No, they just seem confused.
Yeah, you need a bow for this.
Oh, they're trying.
Yeah.
I saw one of them almost hit. Go get him. No, don't heal me. Shoot the thing.
There we go.
Yeah! Yeah, meta for real.
None of us did that the proper way.
No. When you're using Yao Yao, nothing is proper. There is only Yao Yao. Oh no, Yao Yao's a midget.
Where is... Oh, is that it?
So the bartending basically takes the form of somebody will show up at some monster that you've recently been drubbing will show up at the bar, and then they'll have some drink requests, and they'll spend the first couple sessions just royally pissing you off and being rude to you, and then over time serving them drinks, they will start to open up, and you'll work out what their major dysfunctions are, and then you'll find a way into their dreamscape and do a more benevolent version of the Persona 5 thing to them, basically. Help them sort their shit out.
Persona 5 without the hypocrisy.
Yeah, so you are exclusively using your powers for good.
Nice.
So yeah, and then you'll find out a little bit about the person who founded the bar and why they do the thing they do, and so on and so forth. So it's a good little event, and it feels a lot like the most recent Genshin event, the one with the
alchemy.
The alchemy one. That there's a little mini game involved, and it's relatively low impact, but you get to feel like you're participating in the world in a bigger way than you normally do, and it's not just about slapping people with kippers or whatever. So yeah, I generally really liked the event. I'm not sure that I can really. I don't think that I'm at the position where I really want to get on board with the in-game rat race of Star Rail. I'm quite happy just doing things and mucking about. And for a game that is not action exploration based, there are a lot of places that are quite fun to just sort of run around for no reason. Because the zones are quite large. It has been less so in Penacony, largely because the zones are more inclined to make you motion sick than inspire you with exploration, because of the walls becoming the floor and the ceiling becoming the walls, and but there's still lots of places just to explore and do stuff, and I haven't done a tiny fraction of what game yet. Like I'm still pushing up against that whole. There is a gajillion hours worth of content that I do not have time to do. But yeah, generally speaking, having a good time with it. Still having a good time with it. We'll continue having a good time with it. Wrestling with rolling decisions, resisting the urge to just wail so I can get everybody and worry about it later. So that's the trap they want you in. I'm trying to avoid it.
But
Acheron
well,
basically cleaned me out. So yeah, I don't really want to wail, but the game is of really high quality in a lot of ways, so it's quite tempting. I had Firefly's image song stuck in my head for like a full day yesterday, and I spent the entirety of the day singing it to myself. It's not even a very good song. It's not. I would say it's not even a song that I would normally like. But the same is true of a lot of songs in Star Rail. Like from a pure scoring perspective, I like the music in Genshin probably at 1.5 to 2 times as much as I like the scoring in Honkai. But in terms of like sheer character, Honkai has Genshin beat. Like every song is very much distinctive and characteristic of its situation. I'm just gonna sit on this chest until you come and get it, Fern.
okay. Well, I can't touch the stack over here, so.
But yeah, the interesting thing about the music, I don't know if this is something to do with the fact the game is made in China, but all of like the major image songs and set piece songs and that. Oh, please stop walking to the right. Yeah.
Oh, viewpoint.
How do I turn this controller off? I want to go back to using my DualShock 4. The major thing that I've. Oh no, it's causing my UI to spaz out.
And do that.
It's flickering randomly between DualShock 4 control icons and DualSense icons. How do I turn this damn thing off? Please stop walking to the right. The main thing that that sticks out at me regarding the music is it feels like all the major set piece songs are like if they were a song that came on the radio in sort of like the mid to late 2000s, it would have been a popular banger. Like they all feel weirdly dated.
Just that
Not really sure how to describe it.
bit of cheese in there.
Yeah, well, I mean, it wouldn't have felt like a bit of cheese if it had come out a few years earlier.
I don't know.
It just they feel retro now. Like one of them I've seen people derisively refer to as the Nickelback song.
Oh.
Like I think that's unnecessarily harsh, but I can sort of see where they're coming from, and that it feels like there is a particular date associated with this particular song.
Mm-hmm.
Like this. Oh well, this would have been a phenomenon at a particular point in time, rather than I don't know. But I mean, the same thing sort of applies to Firefly's image song, which is actually a song sung by Robin, the character Robin. Although you haven't seen her singing it at any point in the story, it's like widely known throughout the galaxy as one of her greatest hits. What's it called? If I Can Stop One Heart from Breaking. And it's like, this is definitely a pop song from like the mid 2000s.
Mm-hmm.
This is not what a pop song sounds like now, but if I was in high school or early university, this would have been what a pop song sounded like. So yeah, I think it's all very interesting to me, the way that these things have worked. But yeah. Anyway, I'll leave my week there since I rabbited on about all kinds of weird crap for long enough.
You're kind of tangented to me. interesting ways.
Suffice to say, I'm still having fun with the Hoyoverse games, and I mean, like, I resent their cynicism. I resent that they are under the aegis of the Chinese Communist Party. There's a lot of things about Hoyoverse games I resent, but ultimately, they're producing like quality content of a type that I can readily consume on the regular, in a way that a lot of other creators aren't. Like I could not
their
play
gut
World of Warcraft by
have all
contrast.
No, no, no.
And I feel like there's a certain amount of value to taking a few months off from an MMO before the expansion comes out, so I don't really want to go back to FF14.
No. Stick your toes in, play the crossover event, and then log off.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy at the moment's kind of stuck in a bit of a rut, and half of that's just because that Endwalker was so underwhelming.
Yeah.
That rabbit. Anyway, yeah. I think that it generally it's just so happens that the Hoyoverse games are suitable for what I want at this particular juncture. You can make definitive progress on working on a character build, especially with Star Rail. I feel like the pace of Genshin character development is too slow, but Star Rail is like if you sit down and play for an evening, you're definitely going to be able to improve one parameter on one of your characters. Yeah, I feel like it's giving me the right pace of progress for me to have a lot of stuff ahead of me, but still feel like I'm making progress on the game as a whole and my character builds as a whole. So yeah, I'm quite happy with it right now. I mean, I'm open to other games, but like something, I'm the sort of person who tends to get the bug for like permanent accrual type games. Like I could play Dragon's Dogma. It's a good game from what I've heard. I mean, it's got issues, definitely, for real. But
It does have shoes.
and there's a lot of games in my backlog that I could play. However, they would not accrue towards the things that I'm currently working on. And as long as I enjoy the process of accrual, I'm happy to continue with the accrual process.
And Genshin has Yo-Yo.
Genshin has Yao, it's true, and I don't know whether that's a positive or a negative. But I enjoy those games. I don't get the same sort of feeling that I would enjoy Zenless Zone Zero the same way. It seems like it's too much toward the art of action combat for me to get anything out of it other than frustration.
Yeah, they're gonna have to really nail that combat to make that one good, because there's no kind
that's
of.
all it's got going for it.
You were standing there, or did it just clip underneath?
Does the what?
Well, ah!
No, never mind. Problem solved.
I can walk out of it. Yes. You got to find a banner with Yo-Yo on it and join the Yo-Yo party.
I do not have Yaya, I think.
Zenless Zone Zero has a lot to prove, I think. It's got a difficult task ahead of it. If they
have
nail it,
Yaya.
you have Yaya.
I do have Yaya. There we go.
Is that a level 1 Yo-Yo?
There's a level 1 Yaya.
Oh boy.
It'll be fine.
It'll be fine.
He's just to not get hit, that's all.
And, give up on doing any sort of damage.
Don't worry, just believe in the Hellbeast. Just up all your current EXP books into Yo-Yo.
I know I'm short.
I just dumped a bunch of random level 1 relics on this character. I don't even know what Yaya scales with.
I think she has a bunch of they're oranges probably, because I've been to her mulch everything else, but they're probably level 1. Oh no.
I touched treasure. The slime's objected. Right, go away, Joe.
We're coming.
I think I've got
Here's the thing about playing short characters, and as somebody that has Nahida now, I noticed this quite a bit. Short female characters, not only do they sink in water sooner, they don't run as fast.
Oh.
Well, they've
That-
got short legs.
That's interesting.
Like the
They do have
taller
short
your
legs.
character, the faster you run. So the tall male characters run the fastest, followed by the tall female characters, followed by medium males, medium females, and then I think the shorts all run sort of roughly the same speed. Although I think the short females are the slowest.
Yeah. I don't think there are any short males, only medium males.
Yeah. I think the shortness of a male character tends to be a function of their character, not really a function of their model. But,
Oh yeah.
Actually, yeah.
I'll leave my week there because I could tangent indefinitely. It's one of my 108 special skills, but
Makes
I'll
up,
move on.
makes up a whole 107 of them. So okay.
That is a harsh shade that you've thrown on me.
I mean, as many times as we tangented. Okay, so I'm going to zippity doo dah through my
Oh,
week. Oh, what's up? Fern?
Yep, and I'm going to load up. Yeah.
Oh boy.
I
By
need
the
assistance.
by the way, Fern, the reason we're playing Yao Yao is because Yao Yao is bad.
I know. That's why I'm not going to get too carried away with her equipment.
Like, oh no, you made friends with one of these.
Oh,
No, Hellbeast. Fortunately, it's raining, so we got tons of bloom.
We have all the rabbits.
I don't know what
Well,
bloom
rabbit-
actually does, but
It's a bomb. It explodes after a while. If you hit it with fire, it explodes instantly and applies a dot. If you hit it with lightning, it turns into a homing missile. So okay, we will zippity doo dah through my week, I guess, because there ain't a whole lot to it. Monday, I had the last week. I was worried when stole your mint.
oh,
Uh,
random event.
oh wow, random event. We're gonna get
Hey,
such.
that's
reward
what I
anything because I don't know why they made random events in the world that don't reward anything.
Yeah,
Doesn't
They
seem
don't
like
exist
sound
in
game
Mondstadt.
design.
yeah.
They
They're
do
left.
exist in Mondstadt.
There's a world level thing that I'll talk behind.
No, they exist everywhere. You just gotta run around and find them. They'll just
Yeah, they
sometimes-
just happen sometimes for no reason. Not even frequently. They're just a thing that's there. You could easily play for several days without ever seeing one.
Yeah, and
I don't
Ash-
understand
First
what
one I've ever seen.
it feels like an abandoned function, except for the fact that they keep using them in Inazuma and stuff. So
Look at all them hell beasts doing work. So yeah, my week. I was worried because the week before Easter was not particularly busy. This week started off a hell week, and it rather abruptly turned back into a normal week on Wednesday.
Wait, was that it?
Yeah, that was it.
That? I got a tiny little bit of money and a sword that fell off a cliff.
Yeah, they're never worth doing.
yeah,
Yeah, okay.
don't even run after them. Just ignore them and do what's more important to you.
Oh, look at that
Like,
Geoculus.
Sitting around and watching the flowers grow, perhaps.
And there's a teleport pointer.
Yeah, is that a normal one that he can actually get?
Yes.
He can't get the Statue of the Seven while we're in the game. But yeah.
Oh, because you have to talk to it, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So we need more hell beasts. Look at all the radishes.
It seems to be like miserably effective.
There's just so many
Annoyingly?
radishes.
Yes.
So yeah.
She's riveting. Why is she riveting?
Yeah. I am currently, in case you're wondering why I've been a little zonked and easily distracted and not able to follow conversations super well today, it's because I'm yoinked out on painkillers and energy drinks.
Ah.
Because on Friday...
So you too have embraced the 800 milligrams of ibuprofen in a monster diet, like me.
Yes.
Yes. Medicine of champions.
Except mine's acetaminophen. Because I don't have any ibuprofen in the house.
You have to be careful with ibuprofen. It doesn't have the drawbacks of becoming toxic the way acetaminophen can, but it can give you stomach ulcers if you abuse it.
Yeah, it happened.
But I mean, you've got Monster for that. That'll guarantee you stomach ulcers.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the thing. Like, and I'm referring to a comic that was a re-dialogue of a comic that was posted by Flock of Cows, if you're familiar. Because he often will repost versions of his comic that are that have had the text redone by fans, and the ibuprofen and a monster thing was one of them. I will post it in the show chat so that people can see what I'm talking about, because I found this highly resonant after crashing at home. It was a long day and I had a headache. I swallowed some ibuprofen. I got an energy drink out of the fridge and I sat and I was like, wait, I've seen this before somewhere.
Yeah. So I'm actually still very sick and pouring and sweat. I'm just so hopped up on painkillers and energy drinks that I can ignore it for the show. Because I started dying on Friday and had to take my first quote-unquote sick day of the year. But here's the thing with a family business. The opossum's not allowed to answer that telephone.
For good reason.
Because if I don't answer the telephone, he's going to sit there and give the customer his life story. The customer doesn't...
The list, or worse, the purchase price.
Yeah, he's done that before too. I think I've told that story on the show before, but basically the opossum was on the couch in the break room, and I'm at my desk working, and he calls at me and goes, "Hey, what's the price for these things? This is some parts order." And I shout back at him, I'm like, "Oh, it's this much." After I quickly look it up, and he then, I didn't hear him on the telephone, relays that through the telephone. And then when he hung up, I'm like, that was our price.
Yeah, you need to specify list price with these things.
You didn't tell me you were on the phone with a customer and you asked how much something costs.
Those are two different prices.
I wish my salespeople would only charge list price, but sale price, no, they already charge sales price, and that makes me mad. Like, we did a whole bunch of work a few weeks ago, but the salespeople had priced it so poorly that the cost before labor left like $4.50 worth of margin per test. This is the problem when your sales department have no technical knowledge whatsoever.
Yeah, thankfully, as a family business, the technical department is also the sales department, is also the accounting department, is also the executive department.
It is the business.
So, if you get a hold of me, I can help you with anything. I see much yow-yowing going on down this hole.
There is the whole of Yo-Yo, yes. Also slimes, which I am very, very slowly killing.
But,
It's
yeah.
saying there's a here, but I can't see it.
So, it is not something that's debilitating. As long as I'm hopped up on energy drinks and painkillers, I can muscle through. It is just incredibly obnoxious, because when I'm not hopped up on consumables, it is the slowdown disease of small fever, the shakes, and just continuous sweating. Like, body is clearly trying to burn something up.
Yeah, it seems to be going around at the moment.
But for me, Fern, this is another thing you need to go fight with yourself. Yao might help you here, because I think Yao is actually Syndra is super effective against these things.
Oh, the Ruin Guard, or
Yeah, go fight the Ruin Guard. Go fight.
I don't know.
This isn't your Mondstadt Ruin Guard. This is a different type.
Yeah,
this is one of the
this
guys.
Oh, you fought one of these before?
Probably, but alright. Go, yeah, do yeah thing. No, I have not fought one of these before. I just got the entry.
Okay.
That's 26 damage.
He's getting
That's
there.
many fixes.
I'm gonna help him.
Okay. We'll summon more hell beasts. Look at all.
The Yaya minute is real. The Yaya minute is very real.
I've already got enough energy back to summon them all again. I just need it to come
Yeah,
off
so did
cooldown.
I some time ago, in fact.
Same time. Ready? 3, 2.
I have 3
1.
seconds. Hey, God.
Too late. More bunnies.
More bunnies. Look at all the yo-yos.
What have
What's
we
a bunny?
brought?
What's their pet called? It has a
Uh,
name. I know it's got a name.
I just call it the Hell Beast. Let's see. It is called Yuigi. Yeah, Hell Beast is better.
Yuigi. Okay, now where is this Culus?
So yeah. Work. Not a whole lot happened, but I got sick, and I'm hoping. I've crested the peak, and it was just a 1 day Flobbersnock sick that lasts like 24 to 48 hours, and I'm done. We will see as soon as the painkillers wear out.
As a manager of staff, I have come to resent illness more than I had ever dreamed that I could. And furthermore, I have come to resent the social phenomenon that is COVID more than I dreamed that I ever could resent anything.
Like all the consequences of it just keep coming back to bite us more and more.
Yeah, it's like people's behavior when they got sick changed, their attitude towards illness changed. They've got this strange belief now that it's somehow different if they can call an illness COVID. And like there's just a whole bunch of like weird unforeseen fallout from the whole coof thing that just drives me up the wall. I'm so tired of it all. Like the only thing that keeps me in this job is my pride.
Oh no, the Hell Beast. I tried to chuck him in the tree and he fell down and found friends. Yeah. I mean, I am never, unless it impacts something or is relevant to something I'm talking about, like my week, I generally don't bring up if I'm sick at all if I can get away with it. But it is a phenomenon now, especially post-goof, but it was already building in a way, especially with millennial women, that if you're sick, you use that to get pity points.
Yeah, I mainly bring it up because I seem to have developed chronic bronchitis. So if I am sick, it will make me sound strange. Because the thing with chronic bronchitis is every time you're under the weather, it will emerge again, and you'll start to have coughing fits and your voice will sound strange. So I feel like it's apropos for me to explain it. But yeah.
Yeah, it's a thing. It's where if anybody's sick around me, I just look at them and they start, because I've noticed this with not just my sister, but she's included in this mess, but a lot of just millennial women, especially, that they will talk about how sick they are and how terrible it feels, as though this is some kind of badge of honor to wear, because it'll make me, I don't know, feel pity for them or give them more attention. And so I just don't indulge in it at all. And it's why even if somebody's talking about it in a context that's relevant to me, I have to reorient my brain to go, yep, okay. Because I just get angry at it now. Because I see it so much.
I know what you mean to a certain extent because all of my female employees are either millennial or Zoomer women, and I understand the behavior. Not all of them exhibit it. Like I feel like I have employed reasonably good people for the most part, but I do understand what attitude it is that you're referring to. I can sort of recognize when you describe it like that what you mean, but yeah, I'm not quite sure what they hope to accomplish in the long term because it doesn't seem very productive. But I do get it. I've seen it myself. I know what you mean by that.
Yeah, I'm just glad I largely missed it. Living in a little blue collar town, it's like, oh, I've got COVID. Oh, suck it up.
It seems like the illness has gone from an aberration to an opportunity in some weird way.
Yeah, it's like they think it'll get them some kind of social currency for advertising that they have it.
Kind of did for a while. That's the problem.
Yeah,
because it's going to at that sort of interface between where people perceive it. Oh well, if you're mentioning it sick, it must mean it's serious, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like at the interface between that way of thinking and the the I'm sick at every opportunity that I have that I can define as sick. Like that particular turning point, you can get a lot of social currency out of it, but that wears off because it becomes like a sort of a boy who cried wolf type situation at some point. It's like if you are well enough to benefit from your illness, you are not sick.
Yeah.
All of them can focus on one target this time.
Is it? Yeah, yeah.
No, well,
we've got a top class chest up here waiting for you.
Yeah,
I'm clearing another top class chest.
Yeah, we had to fight long and hard as our rabbits did anyway.
They were all obnoxious hellachills with giant shields.
I hate those stupid things.
And the Hell Beast decides sometimes it's going to attack what it wants, not the nearest.
There are also a large number of torches around here, which apparently are magnetic targets for the Hell Beast.
Yes. So yeah. That work tangent aside, not a whole lot productive happened. That as much as I would like a few small purchase orders and stuff that actually turned into money, but otherwise Monday and Tuesday were just a whole lot of more work for me, and I'm getting very frustrated because I'm doing a ludicrous amount of work for relatively little payout right now because nobody's got any cash.
Mm-hmm.
Autonomics, yo.
Like, I just cannot make a sale like I could back in Trump's economy or even the early Biden economy. Like, the post-Coof era has fully set in, inflation is here, and nobody's got the dosh to pay for anything. So nobody wants to pull the trigger on projects, but oh boy, do they want quotes and submittals for it multiple times.
Oh, precious time that's being wasted. That's the thing with quotes, right? Like, it was something that I never understood when I was younger. Why does it cost money to get a quote sometimes? Like, because there are a lot of companies that charge for quotes. I didn't understand why. It's like, well, they aren't giving me a product, really, are they? No. They're spending a lot of time to do that, and you have no commitment to that point.
Yeah, like, I cannot afford to do that. I will lose too many customers. Oh yeah,
well,
yeah.
I'm talking about like really big companies for the most part.
Yeah, companies with limited competition in the market. If you let idle she plays with the Hell Beast.
They usually like, I don't know what it's like in America, but it's normally for things here like construction, because construction is very nearly a monopoly here because Fletcher Building controls all of the materials, so everybody has to draw from the same pool. But yeah, it's yeah, for construction and that, like, you have to pay to get a quote.
Yeah.
Yeah, our stuff would fall under construction quotes a lot of the time, depending on what phase the project's at. But man, there are so many people they can buy from that if I start charging for quotes, we're just nobody's gonna call us. So I don't.
Yeah, I can sort of see the logic though if you were to like attach a trivial charge, like a $10 charge to a quote, if you were a company that was getting a lot of like people who are not serious.
Yeah. My other problem is these customers have bought from us in the past, so I know they're real customers usually. It's just nobody's pulling the trigger on jobs.
Yes, because even if they've got the proposal, they have to get that through their boss.
You got to get financing, and the financing's not there, so.
And more like I have so many projects with large price tags attached that I want to take, but the economy just doesn't accommodate me doing any big revamps. Like, there's all this equipment that's like, yeah, this incubator, I don't like it. It's not reliable. It's too hard to calibrate. The temperature range is not stable. If MPI saw us using this, they would probably punch me in the face, sort of thing. That type of thing. But it's like, well, I mean, I can't just like chuck like 10 times $12,000 around. Like, that's not something I can do. But yeah, I am one of those people, unfortunately. The sort of person Aristotle hates, and that I constantly ask people for quotes, and only on about 10% of the time do I follow up on them. Simply because I just want to know where I'm at relative to the economy.
Yeah,
it's all very well not having the money to spend, but you need to know that you don't have the money to spend first, and without a quote, you can't know that.
Yeah, it has gotten to the point where I am now calling them back and following up myself, going, "Hey, what's the status of this project that you asked for a quote on?" And I know they hate that because the current generation of people that's coming up through the workforce is socially maladapted. And if you call them on the telephone to ask about something like that, they don't know how to respond.
If somebody calls me on the telephone to follow up on a quote, I nearly always give them my business. If they don't call me, then I ignore them.
So
Like,
yeah,
that's the way that I operate. Like, but it's the way that I operate socially as well. Like at work, if you send me a email, the odds of you getting a response are pretty changeable depending on my mood. If you handwrite me a note or come to see me in person, then you almost certainly are going to get something out of me. The people that have figured this out have gone far. The people that haven't don't make any progress and don't understand it.
we're going to the rice fields, motherfuckers. That's an old internet meme. Oh man,
I never watched anything Filthy Frank, so I have no idea what it's about.
I never watched any of his content, but I just know the clip.
Everybody knows the clip, yeah.
And I was following,
But-
and then I saw a cure, so I'm turned around.
But I mean, do you really think that clip would be allowed to remain on YouTube nowadays? There's a teleport point over here, by the way, Fern.
And Achilles.
Yep. And there's 2 Keylesses and a treasure chest over here.
Yeah, I can't imagine Filthy Frank being on YouTube now.
I think I found a re-upload video of that not too long ago. That's why it was on the brain. Oh, we can sit in the chairs.
Dendro Hilly Shells.
But I feel like Filthy Frank was an equal opportunities racist, much like Raka Raka Ali.
Just hated everyone equally.
Oh, I forgot
Well,
about
the
Raka
thing is-
Raka Ali.
The thing is that when you say racist these days, I say racist these days. I don't necessarily mean racist. I just mean was willing to point out things that tend to be associated with ethnic groups and, you know, the American invention of the racial group, because I still refuse to acknowledge it for the most part.
Speaking of, this is relevant. If you go to live show chat, you will find the part I'm going to talk about my next week with a quote that we've been memeing on for a while, and I have not been able to find a good clip of. I finally just made it myself.
Oh, is
So-
that the guy who wanted to pump absolutely nothing?
No, this is for
he-
pure
he's
racist.
talking
Oh,
about
Gotcha,
Charlotte.
gotcha. Right.
I was always a fan of Charlotte back before this, but I see her in a different light thanks to her still.
Yeah, I got a keyless. Okay, that way.
Yeah, so yeah. Again, right, we were gonna zip through my week.
We were.
So
Didn't
yeah. Video gaming. Because that's the only media that matters this week. Oh, there is another piece of media that kind of matters. So what?
Never mind. Go on. I can jump in later.
Okay. So first piece of media was despite your groans against it, I gave it a shot anyway and watched the second season of Banished from the Heroes Party. I went to the countryside. And by watched, I mean I put it on the other monitor while I was grinding arcade mode.
I was not particularly. It was like I had a totally flat reaction to it. Like
Yeah.
I didn't hate it, but I didn't like it either.
Yeah, it lost all its novelty. At least they're getting married now.
Yeah, it's about time. There's enough living and sin out of those two.
So, but yeah, that season 2 is just more of the first season. Yao does not have the right glider equipped. You must fix this. But yeah, there's literally nothing to say about it.
Yeah, we deserves round one.
So,
Nah.
so yeah, there's that. And then the rest of my video gaming was spent in Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising. And
The rest of your gaming was spent in Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising's guest book.
Yes.
yes, I made it a point every day
Felt that.
every day I logged on, I would I make it my mission to contribute to cleansing the guest book. with
No,
bad.
cleansing is not the right word. Try
with-
again.
No. It takes heavy bombardment by something this strong to remove the post from Yule's 10-incher.
Yeah, like it would in another context it might not be cleansing, but in this context, it might actually be cleansing.
So I have
Well-
aside from Charlotta and her incredibly pure racism, which will last forever. The other character I've attached to is Anila and her dumb chic puns, and so I have decided to
Yes.
come up with my own and distribute them throughout the guest book. Most of which I posted on our Discord somewhere, and you can check them all out in I think the video game channel.
Enough.jp.
No, today's pun
No.
was hang on, I got it around here somewhere.
He's not kidding when he says that dumb puns as well. My goodness, these are like bottom of the barrel classics.
What does Anila use to keep her floors clean? A Roomba. What do you call it when
He's managed to get quite a bit of interaction out of these as well.
Yeah,
Apparently, people are quite compatible with finding things that are repeating motifs. Like the human mind is a pattern-seeking device, and people like to come on for some reason and find these absolute abortion comments from Aristotle on the guest book.
Yes. So other highlights. What do you call it when Anila sneaks up on you? Spelled EWE. A lamb bush.
These are sort of things that cause physical pain. Like there are people that normally RP in these guest book posts that Ari has managed to break character through sheer weight of terrible pun.
Yes. Which is normally something to be commended if it wasn't a war crime.
Yeah. Let's see. What other wonderful things do we have in here? Video game thread. Where's the one where I made the guy break character? Anila got a new car. I heard it's a Lamborghini. I had to spell Ergini wrong too because the word censor wouldn't let me spell it right.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that.
Yeah, there's a guy in the guest book that RPs as a very angry Charlotta and types in all caps. And he broke character responding to that one.
It's actually become a bit of a meme in Genshin Impact that the sequence of letters appearing in any context, METH, have now been banned from chat. There, as it turns out, are a lot of situations you need to use those 4 letters in sequence.
Method being...
Yeah. But it's become a bit of a meme that you can't say that.
Isn't there a character that's a meathead? There's another one. But why? They don't think things through when they do these word filters properly.
I think, well, the thing is that in the MiHoYo context, they're not doing it in a vacuum. They know that the slightest deviation is going to cause the CCP to come down on them like a ton of bricks, and that there will be no coming back from that.
Yeah. I need... what's her face?
I don't know who her
you
face.
with the face.
You with the face?
Her with the face.
Oh.
And more importantly, Fireball.
I see. So yes, I did make an effort to purge the guest book of all the Yule's 10-incher posts and various other degeneracy from others, and largely succeeded in this goal. And that at least while my posts were on the front page, everybody was responding to them instead of the usual degenerate garbage.
Yes, with groans.
I don't know. A lot of people seem quite appreciative, probably just because it was something different.
Yeah, probably.
So yeah, that ate up a goodly portion of my my time this week. Was about the first 15 minutes of every log on to Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising was go in the guest book and come up with a sheep pun. And then get the sheep pun past the word filter.
I think that the word filter is the hard part.
Yeah, it took some creativeness sometimes. So yeah.
Yeah.
That's
I think I'm gonna go up there again.
hopefully the Hell Beast doesn't screw the fish up. No, they don't seem to care.
I find the fishing mini game is actually easier with shock.
It's as you catch more and more of the same fish, it gets easier and easier because your character's little spool gets better at catching the fish, and so they just become easier. I don't know why they designed it that way, but they do.
No, I mean specifically. I feel that the trigger on the DualShock 4 is better for.
Oh, I
It's
see.
a little bit less. It's a little bit less hypersensitive changes.
Yeah.
For other purposes, it's a DualShock. It's a DualSense benefit, but for this fishing thing, you don't want that cursor to move too fast.
Mm-hmm. So yeah.
There we go.
Other than the guest book, I decided in my infinite wisdom, and this will slightly blend into the news a little bit because to go into ranked play and try and actually learn how to play Charlotta by running sets against Ibu and going into look up some videos and actually figure out what the mid-screen and corner combos are and try and learn them in real time. The learning part worked. The problem was this was patch week for Rising.
Oh no.
And here's the thing about how ranked works in Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising. There are letters A through D, which are the low ranks, and S, S+, S++, and Master Rank, which are the high ranks. Your account will have all of the characters on it ranked up to 2 ranks below whatever your highest rank is when you advance your a single character up to a particular grade, because ranks are tracked by character. So what this meant was little old me, who had broken into the high ranks and finally able to play comfortably with S-rank players, was regularly playing against master rank players because Vayne came out this week and everybody wanted to try him. And there are some things that are a bit of a shoe with that. Number one, master rank players just have, in general, better game knowledge than I do. So they're going to know matchups better and know more about what Charlotta can do than even I can do. And they're going to know where the holes in everything in all her combos are just from playing more against her. And the other problem is they're playing Vayne. Vayne is about as hard counter to Charlotta as I can think of. Charlotta has a ball she rolls into. I call it the buzzsaw. Some people call it the hamster ball. But she goes and spins around and dashes across the ground in her little buzzsaw stance to go smack the opponent. This attack has 1 hit on it. And if anything hits, she clashes with anything, you keep going, but you don't have a hitbox anymore. And this is her primary method of approach. And guess what move Vayne has? He just plonk a shield down that just floats in the air.
Oh.
And furthermore, he is also the highest damage anti-air character because Charlotta also is the character that relies the most on jumping. Jump-ins are
She's short.
Jump-ins are already really punishing and risky in this game, and you want to try to avoid them as much as possible. Charlotta can't. She has to jump in to access some of her specials. And against an opponent that can't punish you for 60% of your health if they catch your jump in, you at least have a little bit of wiggle room where they're allowed to catch you and you didn't surprise them or you didn't do your block string right. They catch you twice and you're dead with Charlotta. And it's so frustrating because it's the easiest combo in the world. It is crouching C, forward special, standing medium, forward special heavy. That's it. And it links together. You don't even have to time it. 60% of Charlotta's health gone. And it is so frustrating trying to rank up with Charlotta. So there was a whole lot of rank yo-yoing where I would go all the way up to the top of S4 and almost break into S3, and then I'd fall all the way back down to almost A4. Or not A4, A2. And then I go all the way back up again, and all the way back down again. And I have settled halfway through S5, is where I left the week off. And decided, you know what? I'll just put it off for a week or two and try again.
Yeah, let the dust settle.
Because I was getting real sick of losing over half my health every time a vein caught my jump in. And, like, when I say Charlotta needs to jump in, I mean she literally doesn't have an overhead on the ground. You have to jump. And you have to... That means you gotta do her flip. And their flip puts her in airborne state. And that's counterable by crouching C. Oh, the pain. So yeah. Despite that, I still had a ton of fun learning Charlotta. Her moves are just a lot of fun to do. Like, I would not think I would have liked her character at a glance, but she fits that fast combo heavy archetype that I like, with a whole lot of toolbox options. And now that I don't have to... You found the Yao Yao sticker? Now that I've got a handle on her, I do want to play her more and get her to high rank, but not gonna happen this week or next, and certainly didn't happen last week. But yeah, Ibu got a lot better with Fairy. Playing against Charlotta is a pretty good way to get good at Fairy, because Charlotta is the third fastest character in the game, and Fairy is a keep away character, and you're supposed to make an obstacle course with your boy Gigi. And so he was figuring out how to do that.
I saw him nail you with Momo quite a number of times.
Yeah, Beppo and Momo are quite fat. The matchup, if the Fairy knows the matchup, it's actually bad for Charlotta, because she doesn't have a whole lot of good answers to Gigi other than on reaction. Do spin 50 meter on a buzzsaw. But that is still a really good answer if you do like 600 matches against a Fairy and can get used to it. But it takes like 600 matches against a Fairy to get the kind of reaction time you need to respond to that immediately. And my brain is now trained to hit Ford U special every single time I hear in English Fairy go, Gigi! And then Beppo kicks me in the face. But yeah, it's been a really fun time. I've been enjoying playing through and actually learning the game. I thought I would get bored with this game a lot sooner than I did. Both of the Grand Blue games have surprised me in just how much sticking power they've had with me. Like, I expected to, get, this will be yet another fighter I pick up, play a little bit of, and then get bored with it. This will be yet another Monster Hunter Light type game that I pick up, play for a week, and forget about it. But both of them stuck with me for a surprising amount of time. I think it's just something about Cygame's character aesthetics that just gel with me better. And I couldn't tell you really what it is. They're simple, but they're not stupid. There's enough there where you can develop and attach to the character. It's a little bit more than you get from Blue Archive in some ways, and a little bit less in others.
Well, I think Blue Archive's problem is they've got too many characters, because they've gone for the numbers option. But I feel like a similar thing is being accomplished in Star Rail.
Yeah. So
because I'm really fond of the Star Rail characters generally. Like, it makes me sad to move on from a planet where I know the characters are going to get shelved because they're not going to be appearing as much anymore.
Fern, there's a chest down here from killing some slimes.
Okay.
But yeah, I genuinely recommend Grand Blue Fantasy vs. Rising and Relink. Localization aside, they are, as far as the gameplay is concerned, you're not going to find something much better to play. The caveat, there's a addendum to this, and it's not really a mark against the game because you're going to have some kind of network issue no matter what when you're playing with people at long distances. However, if one of you has a really bad connection, you will get the Charlotta mirror match I posted in live show chat before the show this week. And I got to experience what terrible rollback from across the planet looks like when the other person is playing like on a potato with a potato internet connection.
It's potatoes all the way down.
It's not represented in the visuals, and that you will not see the rollback happening because the replay file corrects for it. However, if you have even a passing knowledge at fighting games or have seen me playing Rising before, you will just see me spamming random moves in that Charlotta mirror match. And that's because we literally couldn't tell what was going on. Both our characters are so fast that with that level of rollback, we were teleporting all over the screen. And for comparison's sake, for the people that haven't seen me play Rising, I posted a normal match against a S2 ranked Eustace where I bodied him. Initially, I posted that because it had the Forever Pure Forever Racist finish in it. And I was going to leave it at that. I'm like, nah, I'll pull out the video editing software and actually clip that. I left the original full video up. So, yeah. How do we turn this off? How do we turn the shieldy off? I don't remember.
What now?
There's a shield. Oh, Fern, come here.
Hang on. Kill us. Whoops. Got that wrong.
Yeah, you gotta drop a rock. Oh no, yeah.
This is like the 8th time today I've done that.
Oh boy. So pull
Okay.
Geo Traveler out.
That's a highly questionable mechanic in my opinion.
Oh wait, don't do that. Hang on. Bring the Yao Yao.
Can you do it with Yeah? That's the
Can
question.
I do it with the Hellbeast?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, meta supremacy.
That shouldn't have worked, but it did, and I love it.
Oh yeah. So yeah.
Definitely the new meta.
Yeah. The other thing about bringing it back to Genshin for a sec is even though there are characters like Yao Yao that are pretty dang bad, the game is not challenging enough on a general level to force you to need Dufalet or a fully tricked out Nabia team or anything like that. You can get by with the Yao Yao meta. It's not a good meta, but you can make it work.
I mean, yeah, it's not hard, so you can do anything that's dumb and fun if you really want to.
I mean, there's stuff that's going to one-shot you on Yao Yao that's going to take a bit longer to kill. Quite a bit longer to kill. But it'll still work.
Where did that...
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that there's never been a question that Genshin Impact is a good framework to have fun in. The problem with these things is always in what direction do they develop it with what commercial goals, and what is their strategy for getting to those commercial goals. I don't think there's much of a problem with any of the fundamentals of Genshin, except for the business strategy, which can go, extraordinarily badly depending on your point of view and your intended objectives.
And I got stuck in your rock.
I could potentially see Geo Traveler being the absolute worst co-op player.
He's probably one of the worst characters.
Oh yeah.
Wow, there's also Hydro and Electro Traveler.
Yeah. Oh, Fern, have you been exposed to Hydro Traveler yet?
I have not been exposed to Hydro Traveler.
You were squirting him with your squirt gun earlier in the stream.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what that was?
I don't think he was looking at it. Hang on, I will enlighten you.
Yeah, I was cooking at the time.
Yeah, I was trying to put out your fire with it. Are you ready for the most amazing skill in the world?
Do it. Pew 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 pew. Hellbeast.
What's even better is it does damage to you, but the Hellbeast is healing me right now.
So stupid.
So yeah. But yeah, I don't have a whole lot of other video game and stuff. I have appended the patch notes to the news section, if we want to tangent onto that, because this is the first balance patch for Rising.
Yeah, go for it.
Let me pull Yo-Yo back out. Come out of the screen and Paul Xiao Yao is playing with the Hellbeast. I did. Okay, good. I was so worried I forgot to unmute us after the break for a second. No, we're good. So let me pull these up, and I will have them in front of me. So, before this patch, I would not have recommended Rising generally because it had one significant general issue that made gameplay very oppressive to anybody that looked up online that this is abusable, and anybody, especially to anybody with a bad connection. The patch seems to have completely rectified it, though. And that is the dashing light attack. Previously, literally all you had to do was do dashing light attack, dashing light attack, and you have an infinite pressure string on every single character in the game. And
not fun.
The only thing you could do to it was DP it, or try to time a throw within a 6-frame window. That was it. Those were your two options. And they could at any time choose to stop the pressure string and do something else instead to throw you off. If they get a feel for when you're about to react. So this was busted in casual play, and the competitive players didn't like it either, because it took characters like Yule, who are known for their high pressure, and gave it to literally everybody. This was a problem for Charlotta's as well, although Charlotta also used Dashing Light, and still does, even after the patch. It is not for this pressure string. This singular universal pressure string was way too much, and it's why I didn't really push for you guys to even try out the free trial of the game. Because it's just not fun to play against. And anybody that knows how to do it is going to see it as the instinctual reaction as soon as they get it mid-range, if they want to start their turn again. They have completely nerfed it and removed the major issue. You can still get full benefit if the dashing light attack hits, but if they block it now, they have made it so that the attacking character now gets significant pushback from the blocked hit. So
they can't set up into the standard light.
No, they'll now do a far light normal instead of a close light normal, because there's a difference in this game. And the far light normals are much harder to combo off of, and in general, much easier to punish.
Right.
So this change makes it so not every character can sit there in pressure, and characters that actually are good at applying pressure, like Charlotta and Yule, are back on the menu. And now have something actually unique to them. Unfortunately, the player base is still conditioned to dealing with Dash Light, so if you still apply that level of pressure, they're still going to know how to deal with it, because they've had 3 months to practice literally every character in the game having that game plan. So give it a while for people to forget about Dash Light spam, though, and I think those characters will naturally move up in tiers just because people won't be as conditioned to it. Brave counter change, not relevant to...
Meta game.
Yeah. So, the Brave counter change, this is your pseudo burst. They don't have a burst in this game. Instead, you get 3 tokens, and you can spend 1 to either guard crush the opponent with a slow, big, heavy attack that is guaranteed to break their guard. It has a big flash and sound effect, so you can hear it's coming. And you can spot dodge it with the dodge mechanic to just no-sell it, or if you get hit by it, you can spend 2 of your 3 tokens to cancel the guard crush attack and put you both back in neutral. This has been very slightly nerfed so that you cannot be put into chip damage range, because the way chip damage works in this game, you take chip damage as normal until you get to 1 HP. And then your character has to be reset to neutral, and the next instance of chip damage you take will kill you.
Why do you always manage to accomplish that with sheep?
Because sheep are staggered multi-hit projectiles that allow the opponent to reset to neutral. So one sheep will get them to 1 HP, and the next one will lag so far behind that it will get the kill, because they'll have time to go back to a neutral standing state.
That must feel really bad.
Yes.
Defeated by sheep.
Yeah, you do not want to block the sheep anyway, because if you block the sheep, I get my 3 sheep throw, I get 12.5 meter back for free. So I get a meter refund. And they do something ludicrous like 8% chip damage if you sit there and break all of them.
My connection just shit itself, apparently, because I haven't heard anything in the last 10 seconds.
Yeah, that was entirely garbled.
Something sheep.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, to the audience, everything is K. I wonder if this is a Discord thing because my internet connection is showing fine.
Maybe it's
Can
just
you hear any of that,
Discord
RSL? I mean, Fern, can you hear any of that? Because I can't.
weird. No, it's all garbled for me as well. I think it's Discord having a Discord moment.
Let me.
Yeah, because it's not. The ping seems to be fine, but it's just not
Yeah.
sending me any actual.
Do not mind the bings. I will move us out of the high bit rate channel and see if that helps.
That's actually better, yes.
Okay, is it understandable now?
Yes, I can tell what you were saying now.
So that it was Discord being Discord.
Yeah.
Yeah, I asked about
Carry
sheep,
on.
and then you were like, you decided that I needed to know about the status of binary in modern society.
So yeah, sheep. The reason they chip out is because of they're staggered, so they have time to reset to neutral. You don't want to block the sheep because I get 12.5% meter back if you block the sheep. Because that's how ultimate skills work. If the opponent blocks it, you get 1/4 refund of its cost refunded. And there are 3 sheep. So you really don't want to sit there and block the sheep, and they do something like 8% of your health is chip damage. So generally a bad idea to block the sheep. If you get hit, I get a full 25% refunded. You really don't want to get hit.
That's not awesome.
No, but Anila's in kind of a wacky.
So basically, the sheep are basically a very potentially a very low cost pressure project.
Yeah, they are a very dangerous projectile that'll allow you to win any fireball war and apply pressure from full screen and allow you to come in with a dash and heavy attack or something crazy, which I do a lot.
With very low personal risk to your meter.
Yeah, to your meter. To your health, however, that's a different story because it is punishable. It is not safe. So if somebody knows the matchup, you're just going to get clobbered. And Anila had a problem where those sheep were her only good tool until this patch. Anila got a significant buff that people were saying, "Oh, I don't know if that's enough," and they made its recovery longer. That's going to be no. It jumped her up like a whole 2 tiers from bottom tier to mid tier. And
is the ult actually usable now? Because you used to avoid it like the plague.
So I still don't use it because the sheep are better, but her other ultimate skill, the one where she rides on the sheep, now instead of just kicking them far away from you when you hit them, and you have to be on a wall, otherwise you can't combo with it, now pops them slightly straight up in the air and gives them enough hang time for you to get off the sheep and get a full combo. So she actually has a tool mid-screen where she can extend or start combos. She very, very lacked a mid-screen combo tool, and you just would have to take an auto combo with a finisher, and that was about all you were getting. But now she can actually do damage mid-screen where she actually wants to play. She doesn't want to play the corner pressure game. So yeah, she got some help, and it has moved her up to playable from why would you ever pick Anila? All she can do is throw sheep. So that's good.
That was enough for you before.
I'm here to tell you that was enough. That's why I'm making sheep puns in the guest book. So yeah, there's that.
Nothing to do with her being a blonde draft.
That's where it started, but the sheep are what kept me there. So yeah, the other minor changes, they moved Dragon Punch's hitboxes down on their heaviest versions so that people can't crouch under them, which was apparently frustrating a lot of high-level players. Not really relevant to people at my tier, but the upper echelons of play didn't like that. They didn't like Brave counters, which you can, if you're in block stun and you expend one of the 3 tokens I was talking about, you can do a push block that will kick the opponent into a hard knockdown and knock them away from you. These also did a very small amount of damage and chip damage. Now they do not do any damage if you are at less than 5% HP. And the reason for this was people would just, if they were holding on to their break points, would wait until you started a pressure string and then just put you in chip range and throw a fireball at you and win. Now, the Brave counter itself does no damage, so they can't do that anymore. The other big thing that makes it so I could recommend the game now is, I want to say because Vasaraga got a lot of buffs, and I do like the Raga. But he needed them. But the actual thing, the other only other change we're talking about for the general public looking into this game is if you've paid attention to the media around this game at all, as far as the gameplay is concerned, you will only see people complaining that Nier is busted. And it's because she was a puppet character that they overtuned and for some just godforsaken reason, these monsters decided, what if we allow her to buffer inputs on her Dragon Punch that's also a reversal and also invulnerable, and let her get a full combo off of it? It'll do 70% sounds about right for like 4 inputs and like maybe 50 meter.
Not to mention that she benefits as much, if not more, than any other character from the whole Dashing Light.
Yeah, she had the best Dashing Light in the game. Some characters, Nier was included in this list, had a Dashing Light attack that also moved them forward. Some characters got to keep this. Charlotta got to keep this because Charlotta is not a top tier, and needs it for part of her pressure string. So they did not remove it from her. Nier, however, had this thing taken away from her, and she does not go anywhere near as far forward whenever she dashes. And because all she would have to do is Dashing Light, Light, Dashing Light, Light, and then set the puppet up, and now the puppet's out doing stuff while a Dashing Light pressure string that is infinite and continues to advance her forward and push you into the corner is going on. Your only option was to waste a Brave, one of those 3 tokens I talked about, and Brave counter it for push block. However, there's a caveat to those little tokens that I haven't mentioned yet. While you have 2 or 3 tokens, there is no detrimental effect to you. If you only have 1 of the 3 tokens left, you take 20% additional damage. If you have no tokens left, you take 50% additional damage. And it is unscaled damage. It is just a flat addition on every single hit. So you will absolutely get waffle bopped if you have no tokens. You do not want to use your last token for any reason if you can help it. Unless it's to finish the match off. Because you are just going to get murdered. Or I guess if you're in death range anyway and going to die from the next combo no matter what. Like, you hang on to that last token for your life. And
I missed the Blaze Blue Burst system. It was less scary.
Yeah. I do like the decision-making process it gives. And that, especially when you're just running casual sets with your friends,
you gotta do what you gotta do,
Yeah. If you see the opportunity for the big damage to blow it all on the Guard Crush to extend your combos, I mean, you can't not do it if you're playing with your friends, because you gotta style when you can. And this leads to very funny comeback scenarios where now they have full tokens and you have none, and you may have started the match good, but all they need is 1.5 combos to kill you now. So yeah, they have nerfed Nier into the ground. She no longer benefits from the Dashing Light. She was hit with the Dashing Light general nerf that hit everybody. The character-specific one that hits, that hits ones that dash forward too far. And she also had very specific adjustments. Mainly her Dragon Punch, which is her reversal that's invincible you can use if you're getting pressured and you need to just get them off you, or if you're waking up from being knocked down in the corner. If she hit you with it before, she got the full combo and 70% of her HP was gone. Now she just flat can't combo off it anymore. It forces you into a hard knockdown. All she gets is the reversal, like most characters in the game that have a Dragon Punch. She's not allowed to buffer a single input afterwards. She's locked down until the animation ends. They also nerfed her full screen pseudo fireball so that it no longer can combo you if you just roll through it. Because puppet character, when she sent Death doing the little spinny turn across the map, it also hit behind Death's hitbox. And because it's a puppet, she can just keep inputting special moves after the turn ends and continue to body you. And all she needed was it to accidentally love tap you, and there goes, 40 to 60% depending on how good the Nier is. So, these changes make the game much more able to be recommended generally. They've also fixed Grand Brews so that the 2 middle minigames are no longer as obnoxious. The gold one is still pretty dumb, but at least it's not as oppressive if you're not the losing team, because you want... The metagame for that game became try to be in last place by throwing all the gold for your team behind your goal and then protecting it. so that your team spawned with the Owlcat buff that lets you go steal other teams' gold. And then just as soon as the buff spawned, you quickly grabbed all your gold, threw it inside your thing, and then went and stole whatever the lowest placed team at the time's stuff was to make sure they were the one that got out. And this was incredibly toxic, so now it's random how many owl buffs you get. And the teams that start with less players start with more starting gold to give them a bit of a score boost. The other one just had a whole third of its duration cut out because nobody likes it. So it's now 33% shorter, and they buffed all the weapons to make it so you have to pay less attention, but have actually increased the enemy spawn rate, so people that are totally sleeping through it will actually get destroyed. So, good changes for Grand Brews. Various weapon rebalancing to make the little Mario Kart pickup items better. It's a more fun experience now. The only problem is you have to constantly flip your server to whatever region's is currently at prime time. Otherwise, you're not going to find a match because nobody's ever doing Grand Brews.
Aw.
But yeah, this is also a well-spread piece of knowledge throughout the community. So this has the knock-on effect of there might be enough people in the U.S. in the middle of the night that want to play Grand Brews, but they're all set their region to Japan in the Grand Brews menu if it's Japan prime time. So yeah. In general, it's a great patch for Rising. The two Booty fans are a little mad because 2B got hit. She needed to get hit. I don't know if she needed to get hit quite as hard as she did, but she did need to get hit. Her pressure strings were ridiculous. She did not rely on the current combo system. And yeah, she had an air dash. She was a Guilty Gear character in a Grand Blue game. It just didn't work. So they nerfed it so she doesn't get meter back whenever her little skill meter, it doesn't recharge it as anywhere close to as fast when she's doing pressure strings, because she used to have to do normal attacks to build her special gauge up, and she could spend that special gauge on special moves. Now it just doesn't build as quickly, and she actually just has to do a few normal strings like every other character in the game. And the two Booty fans are big mad. They're acting like it's the end of the world, and I find that hilarious. Like
that happens every time. There's oh my god.
Like
there's a nerf like this in a fighting game. It's like whoever was maining that and using the overpowered character is going to get butthurt.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm sitting here playing Charlotta. Charlotta is a solid mid-tier character, and I have to sit there like everybody else and just do normal strings when I'm out of special moves. But no, this is just too much for the poor 2B fans.
But now, how are they going to blow off her skirt?
Oh, you just need meter for that. That's a separate meter, because 2B gets a special meter. So they still do that. It's always funny when one of them commits suicide in rank play with that. But yeah.
I guess the thirst is too strong for them.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. If they get that, did you really win?
Yeah, it's like there's nothing good about being a Kuma. You're also going to lose at fighting games.
Yeah, literally, if you're grounded, all you have to do is double backdash, and you have more than enough time to get out of the booty explosion. So yeah, these changes make the game generally recommended to just the general fighting game public now. The most oppressive elements that would stop you from playing, even though the game has simple controls and stuff, are all gone. And it does not take very many matches, maybe 100 rounds to figure out the basics, another 100 to get game basics down, and another 100 for
Phil's way of encouraging us to buy it so that he can beat us up.
No, if you two try it out, I would recommend you get the free trial and play each other. Like, I could spectate and come in as an end of night boss or something, but me playing against you right now, as in practice as I am, would be dumb. Oh, I would
except for rollback shenanigans.
Yeah. If Fern connected with his current internet right now, that would probably be a fair match. Because I wouldn't be able to see what's going on.
Doesn't it use like a League of Legends system or something where it's got like a rotating cast
Yeah.
of 3 characters or something.
Yeah.
You get Gran always. Gran's always available, and then 3 characters go on rotation every week.
Protagonist power.
And Charlotta made her way onto the list for the Champions Week because of the one hero at the Arc System Works tournament that was running her, despite being a mid-tier. He gets up there against all the Niers and Siegfrieds and is like, do you have anything to say before this semifinals match? I'm here to save Grand Blue from Nier. He did not save Grand Blue.
Good.
Well, he saved it from Nier. He didn't save it from Siegfried, though.
Yeah, that's good. I was worried he'd get up and declare his pure racism.
Yeah, he should have said forever pure, forever racist.
He was black, so he wouldn't have done that.
Well, he would have gotten away with it, though.
Oh, man,
That
he
would've been
totally
even
could have.
funnier.
This is now a missed opportunity. I'm disappointed.
Yeah, that would have been even funnier.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it would have had to be. Nobody would have been allowed to say anything critical of it. So.
Yeah. It's going to be hard for me to really get into a fighting game hard now that doesn't have simple inputs, because, man, are they fun to use when you're playing a character that has traditional charge motions and toolbox abilities, because you can just pull out whatever you need whenever you want it on demand without having to worry about a missed input.
Yeah, that's one of the big things that's really turned me off fighting games in the past. Like, remember the old school Mortal Kombat? One move would have like 10 inputs.
Well, only if you were trying to do a fatality or something.
Yeah, but there were
Like-
some like regular abilities that were like a double dragon punch for no apparent reason.
Yeah.
Oh, no, most of them weren't that bad. Like there were some terrible ones, but like
Double
Yeah.
motion inputs are usually for
Forward,
supers. Most specials
like
only have a single motion.
low. Sector's missile was like forward low, and Cyrex's net was like forward down back high.
Those
Like,
those moves were infinitely spammable, and it was hilarious.
Yeah. But in Rising, it is just direction on D-pad plus right bumper. And if you want to change the degree of it to light, medium, heavy, press the light, medium, heavy button with it.
That sounds a lot more fun, honestly.
Yeah, and the penalty for using it is
much
even less than I
snobbery,
thought.
much snobbery.
Oh yeah, the people are real snobby about it, but it lets me play charge characters, so they can go suck it.
I was like, we're getting old and our fingers don't move as fast.
Well, more than that, it just makes routing your combos simpler, and being able to think of combos on the fly is way easier. Just because of the simple inputs. You don't have to worry about conditioning the muscle memory to pull it off right. Like,
You don't need to worry about doing it too fast or anything like that, doing it too slow. You've just pressed the buttons.
yeah, there's no issue of timing or did I actually do the input right. It's just, oh, no, light DP doesn't work there. Oh, yeah, buzzsaw works there. I wonder if I could take it further. Oh, yeah, it totally can. If I do standing medium, it works there. You don't have to worry about whether you miss the input or not. You just learn if the combo works by playing.
Yeah.
You don't have to lab a dang thing in this game. I've got to the high ranks with Charlotta by not labbing a single minute of her. I've never, ever sat down and learned a combo in training mode.
It's so much more fun then.
I mean, I have a lot of matches under my belt now. It's like, I think I have like 1,500 rounds played. And a match consists of between 4 and 7 rounds, depending on how many you win. So I played a lot, but it's otherwise been very simple to sit down and just figure it out as I go. Oh hell beasts! I can't even see the thing. All of the dendro cores. So yeah, that's
We should move on because we are way over time. Oh,
Yeah.
blue guy.
Yep, another one. So yeah, that's Rising. It gets a general recommendation instead of a fighting game recommendation from me now. If it looks interesting, go check it out.
Excellent. If only I could download things.
Yeah.
I
So
don't know. I don't know if I've got what it takes to really dedicate myself to a fighting game to the point that it actually becomes satisfying rather than frustrating. Because the initial phase of getting absolutely bodied in every match is usually too damaging to my morale to really
that's why I said
entice me to master it.
that's why I said you and Fern should play.
You just see who can button mash the best. Actually, button mashing isn't a thing now. As simple simple inputs.
Oh,
You
yeah.
don't need to.
One last thing. The simple inputs are even less of a downside than I thought. I thought that they applied the damage penalty for using simple inputs to every input of it during a combo. This is not the case. The trivial, like 10, 15, 20% damage penalty or whatever for using simple inputs only applies if you do the special move raw from mid-screen.
Ah.
So only the first time you use it, if you open a combo with it, will it count. Otherwise, it doesn't count. If it's in the middle of a combo, it just gives you the full damage. So this will only affect you sitting there throwing fireballs at full screen. So yeah. Okay.
That's a fair enough one to nerf.
So okay.
Nobody likes that guy.
That covers the first news article I linked as well, and ends my week.
Jeez.
Did anybody check the email inbox?
Yeah, it was empty.
We did.
It was empty at show start. So if you send us one in the interim, Serathis, you got to get it before the show starts.
We're also 4 hours along, and yeah.
Yeah.
We've got to make up for all the shows you didn't show up for.
So
Here
yeah.
we go.
All
right.
We can. None of these are super big topics, but we can.
There's a chest up here.
Fern's breaking rocks.
I am breaking rock.
So of the news I found, one thing stood out to me, and we can cover this one and then call it. The other two are newslets that aren't. I threw in there in case we needed them. That is Apple to officially allow game emulators on the App Store.
Well, it's not really their call to make, is it?
No. So they had banned them before for dubious reasons, and it didn't hold up in court, from what I understand. If I follow the story correctly, and now they're going to be allowed there. This is mostly interesting because it allows game emulation to come to what is probably the most spread phone in the US right now. I think the iPhone does beat Android in the US. So it allows accessible emulation to either way, it adds accessible emulation to a huge chunk of people that in the mobile market wouldn't have had the option.
Yeah. And that's how you get a good game on your mobile phone.
Yeah. So I'm sure Nintendo will be molding about this.
Oh yeah, Nintendo's been on Warpath
litigating.
again for Nintendo for Switch emulators. But that happens every few years. Nintendo will pick on an emulator and sue them into oblivion.
Yeah, their whole.
I'm not sure if this is actually in any way beneficial to them, because it doesn't really seem to have ever affected their bottom line in any meaningful way.
Yeah.
Like, ultimately it's just promotion to them in the end. They have perpetually, like, the emulator thing for Nintendo is always such a it's a sort of like a glowing red target that people can hit, because of the simple fact that there's no interesting technology involved in Nintendo products. Like, it's not ever high tier technology. It's always easily encompassed by almost every device on the market, except for like really weird oddballs. Like, there were a lot of issues initially with emulating 64 stuff, because the fundamental approach to coding the games and rendering and that sort of thing was just radically different to everything else on the market. I've seen a few people comment on the process of, you know, continuing development and modding and emulation for like 64 era stuff, and it's basically like learning a different language compared to the other coding that was around at the time. But generally speaking, like, Nintendo basically just uses phone hardware these days. Yeah. Complaining about emulation is basically a waste of everybody's time, because everybody has a device that can operate in the same way. So of course they're going to get emulation. They're never going to stamp it out. No amount of litigation is ever going to accomplish that. I'm not sure. Like, I think the only reason why they would bother is to set the precedent that they are bothering, and for no other reason. Like, there's not I don't think there's anything accomplished for it as far as their revenues are concerned. Because the people that buy Nintendo titles are just going to buy Nintendo titles because they do.
Yeah, and
They do.
the simple fact is also Nintendo just doesn't make their older crap as available. Like the 3DS shops and stuff are all going down right now. Like they're going down in a couple days. The eShops and stuff. So let's say you want to go play SMT4 or Apocalypse, and you want to do the DLC stuff for it. Well, you're SOL now. You can't buy it. Nintendo has not provided you that option. So your only choice is to emulate the game. You need fire to burn the brambles.
I do need fire, but that means changing characters again.
Fire the Traveler.
Yeah, I'm going to fire the Traveler. Get out of here, Traveler.
But everything here needs Geo.
No, it
You
needs.
can't fire Yao.
No, it needs Yao Yao. But fire helps Yao Yao. Geo Traveler does not help Yao Yao. There is literally zero interaction between Geo and Dendro. It does nothing.
That's
Another
nothing.
one of the problems with Geo.
Yeah. It's why my Nahida team is either a hybrid team with 2 alternate playstyles if I drag Navia along, or is a totally separate team.
Ooh, a thingy.
A thingy. So yeah.
I don't think I've got any of those keys either. I'm not even sure where you get those keys.
Solo
Apparently
domains.
single player domains. Because I haven't done it either.
Yeah, I have a bunch.
I do not.
Yeah, I have a bunch in Sumeru and a bunch in Fontaine I need to do. But yeah. The fact of the matter is Nintendo doesn't make their crap available, so they can cry more as far as I'm concerned. And they're the company most likely to cry about this.
At least this latest time they've gone after emulators, they've gone after people who are emulating current technology or current hardware.
Yeah. And it really stuck to me when I thought about the SMT example when I heard that the 3DS eShop is going away along with the Wii U eShop. Like there's content
So much good stuff on 3DS.
Yeah, there's content there that is exclusive to being DLC on that eShop. And for the sake of not just gaming history, but for playability for people that want to experience this old stuff, since you're not providing an alternative to Nintendo, and emulation is now a necessity.
Mm-hmm.
So they really need to get their act together on their product.
Well, even if you say that, the fact is that currently the marketing cycle is relentlessly shilling for SMT5.
Yeah, that's
so why
true.
would they be sympathetic to that point of view?
Yeah.
Oh right, SMT5 put out the alternate route, hasn't it?
It's got that. It's got the golden edition that Atlas seems to love doing with all its RPGs now.
They do that. Stap it.
Their golden royal edition. The reason I'm not going to buy Persona 3 at launch, they're gonna do.
We've basically got no choice but to bait them out on them, and we need the entire gaming community to do the same thing. I don't think they will. I don't think that'll ever happen. I'm not really sure if we can iterate socially toward that goal, but it's necessary in order for them to stop screwing us.
Yeah.
You need an enormous upset, like something completely unprecedented in order to be to get the gaming community to move it.
Yeah, they would probably have to do something so overtly cynical that nobody could mistake it and everybody would identify them with it.
Yeah.
Because this
like
isn't
Ubisoft and everything.
This isn't a situation with like Continuum Shift and Continuum Shift 2 for BlazBlue. Like when Continuum Shift 2 came out, it was a re-release of the original game with all the DLC and a few story updates for half price.
Well, the thing with the Continuum Shift Extend was that Continuum Shift Extend, unlike Continuum Shift, had the entire set story of Calamity Trigger embedded in it.
Yeah.
So it was basically, not only was it a re-release, but it was a re-release which contained an updated version of the first game.
At a cheaper price point. Like, it was $30 for both games.
So it became a massively good deal.
Well, I mean, that's why I fell in love with BlazBlue as far as fighting games is concerned, is because like I had this sort of, even though I didn't manage to make very far through the story because it was brutal, like I had this incredible sensation of having gotten a good deal compared to the other fighting games on the market which were busy doing the Street Fighter thing.
Yeah, and now we've got re-release. Arc System Works is still pretty good about this when they do their re-releases like this. Like Grand Blue Rising has the entire story mode of the first game as well. They have not done the price drop thing, but they have at least included everything that was in the last game without making you have to go buy that for that game's story mode as well. But yeah, what you call it? Atlas doesn't do this. Atlas instead decides it's a wonderful idea to re-release the game at full $70 price point and just include stuff that people expected or should have been in the game to begin with. Stuff that was clearly already in development, usually a year-ish or less than a year later.
Yeah.
With Golden, it was a little more acceptable because it was still a reduced price point game because it was a Vita game at the time. And it did happen quite a bit after 4's development that happened. So it is justifiable that that was no way that was in development at the time.
Yeah, 5 Royal, it's like, yeah, the spackle over the plot holes is still drying. We can see what you've done.
And it was also very clearly partially in development beforehand. The assets for a bunch of the stuff were mined out of the game, the base game, that would later show back up in Royal. So it's a lot harder to defend that kind of thing. And then now they're applying it to the mainline SMT series as well. And they're if the rumors are true, they're doing it with Persona 3 as well, where they're going to include Fez, which you need anyway. And I think people that weren't following the news cycle probably expected it to be in the game.
At least put out as a DLC.
Yeah, are getting instead going to have to rebuy the game at full price.
Yeah. Are they doing that for the Fez content, or
I think they were going to do season pass.
Okay, I'm not sure if that's better or worse.
I don't know if they were going to do it as a separate DLC, but I think they were going to do season pass.
Okay.
Season pass is marginally better. No one. But that said, I wouldn't be surprised if they do a golden edition with the female main character as instead.
You can't really do that because the female main character has such a rewrite to the entire game.
Yes.
You back in the day, folks. Game developers and writers understood a fundamental aspect of humanity called boys and girls are different. They don't understand this anymore. And so when you pick the female main character in Persona 3, a game all about interacting with characters and building relationships with them, if you play the girl is going to interact with all of them very differently. And this necessitates rewrites of the entire script.
Yeah, she's not just a skin swap, she's actually a completely different person.
Well, I mean, I think it's even more significant in that particular framework because every character is basically a hormone riot teenager.
Yes.
Like there's no way that you can have a character that say, oh, your male character interacts with Yukari in a way that a female that would be the same as a female character, because there's always going to be that other dimension that they're both, hormone riddled teenagers, and they're going to behave in certain ways as a result. Like you can't have your main character be besties with Yukari if you're playing a male character. It wouldn't make any sense.
Oh, Fern, come here.
Oh, hang on, I'm going down.
Yeah, jump down here.
Why were you jumping down here?
Because we're gonna make him do a thing.
Oh, this looks like a boss arena.
We're gonna fight this thing.
What, with 3 Yayas?
Yes. At
least we've got healing.
It'll actually probably be easy with 3 Yayas. But
provided we don't get one shot.
All right, let's try it. Oh, it's Spishy. It's a fish lady.
I don't know why y'all are dropping the Hell Beast. It can't do anything right now.
But I want to see it.
So
the Hell Beast
it's what Yaya do.
We got the birds first.
Go get them, Hell Beasts.
Hell Beasts.
This may in fact be the optimal approach to dealing with the birds. The optimal that we were looking for all those months ago.
Yeah,
the optimal was actually the Yaya meta.
You're gonna actually level Yao after this, aren't you?
I think I might have to. She's also actually quite a good healer, which is really nice.
Her
kind
heel.
of the gap I was missing.
I guess she could fill the role. She doesn't.
Well, the thing is that you're getting a bit of a disproportionate impression this time because we've got mad cross healing.
We have massive amounts of healing. But, oh, hang on.
I came so close to drowning you.
Oh, I was gonna.
The bar was totally empty.
I was gonna laugh if you drowned. I was watching you.
Well, I had literally nothing in my bar. I only managed to get out of chance.
Oh no, not the ducks.
The ducks.
Also, with the
ducks.
Just to make the Yao Yao strat even more OP, whatchamacallit, when the bombs go off, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, because you just get the health back.
Yeah.
Oh, the Yao Yao's...
The bombs are a huge problem. Like,
No.
Yao Yao's literally the solution to Oceanid.
It's just
all Yao Yaos all day.
Well, I don't know about Yao Yao, but the Hellbeast certainly is.
I don't know how we're going to get the crane that's standing in the water. That might be a problem.
Go get him.
Go, Hellbeast.
He'll get there at 53 damage a throw. I think it's out of range of the Dendro explosions. Oh, one hit him.
Let's go.
Oh boy. I think this one's a good place to end the night on.
Yeah. Piggies!
Oh yeah, y'all got anything else for the actual week? Or if not
Not
the week,
really.
the news?
Not as such, because basically from what my feed has been showing me, everybody has just been relentlessly bickering about Stellar Blade for like the last 3 weeks.
Oh no, a buttocks!
Well, I mean, I'm sorry that it's so difficult for a certain portion of the population to admit that she's a pretty lady, but I don't understand how there's a discussion to be had about it.
They have done a
Because
real
she
good
doesn't have
job.
a face like the bottom of a foot.
Yeah, so they've done a real good job of advertising this game to me that was previously not on my radar.
I didn't even know it was a thing until this whole thing kicked up, honestly.
I did, and I was following it. I was following it from the earliest stages before we knew just how centric on all of this it was going to be. But yeah, I mean, aesthetically, she's right in my wheelhouse. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I'm a conventional man, like everybody, every normal person. So
You see pretty
Yeah, I don't know.
lady you stick by.
well, I mean, I'm not quite a Kuma to that extent, but
No.
like it certainly it ends up in the positive side of the ledger because she's nice to look at. I mean, if you want to make something aesthetically appealing, that's just the way you do it.
I also appreciate the fact that if you are a Kuma, you activate hard mode by accident.
Yes, that's also funny, and nevertheless, every streamer still does it.
So, but yeah, it's just like people like aesthetically pleasing people. I mean, what more can you want?
We appear to have found a problem with the Yao Yao meta.
Yeah, the bull is
Right.
not cooperating with the Yaya meta.
Stay here, piggy. Ow.
A lot of Dendro blooms.
I will block its motions with my face.
It's okay, the Hellbeast got you. I would loot that crystal, Fern. You're gonna need it.
Yes.
Well, if you've got the reason for it, I mean, you might as well.
I do have the resin.
There are never enough of those crystals. You will never feel like, oh, I've got plenty of those. That will not happen.
And I would get this teleport point. We'll call it at the teleport point, I think.
Yep. So that
Oh
was...
no, I'm not going to swim over there. I'm going to wait for my Sam to come back.
Okay.
I almost followed you straight into hell.
Yeah, I was waiting for my stamina and just started swimming. I'm like, I wonder if Vault's gonna drown.
Yeah, okay. What looked like it would have normally been a rather tough boss fight, we just cheesed.
Yes, because
Well, we radished.
when you have enough hell beasts, what else do
We
you need,
radished.
really?
I mean, not so much cheese as radish.
Yes.
Many radishes.
So many radishes.
I wonder if this would work on that really horrible boss, the giant Vishap one.
Oh, we can't do it on that one.
No?
Oh,
Yeah.
right, because there's no multiplayers allowed in those bosses.
Even
Oh,
No.
yeah, you can multiplayer it, but you can't dupe up on
Oh, yeah.
characters because it's a domain.
Oh, right, yeah, because it's a domain. It's domain format. Ugh. Unfortunate. Because
But
it
yeah,
works so well for so many other really obnoxious things.
we're gonna have to level
We will
Yo-Yo
see-
now.
We see your obnoxious content and we counter it with stupid.
The answer isn't how many people would you kill for Yo-Yo. The answer is how many people would you allow to live.
Well, how
many
many
has
people
Yo-Yo
would the Hell Beast allow to live?
I'm not sure anybody can survive a horde of three or four Yo-Yos coming through town. There's apparently a chest
That
up
is-
there that we unlocked and you just didn't get because I see it on the map.
I don't even see it on the map. Also, there's something stuck on the wall up here.
Oh yeah, you can turn those in for goodies in town.
Oh, it's just an alternate currency? Okay.
Yep. So yeah. All right, folks. I think we're done. Hope you enjoyed the Yo-Yo stream. Maybe there will be more Yo-Yo streams in the future.
We got to find out what else we can cheesy radish.
We will keep. I will keep my Yo-Yo at the level 40 she's at and keep it paced with you, Fern, so that I can.
do not really see any reason why I'll need to suddenly level up my Yo-Yo. So
Yeah.
I only just dumped 20 levels in the Yo-Yo. And that's it.
Yeah. I'm not sure what she needs to progress. We may have to go on an adventure into Sumeru.
The Ascension was really cheap, actually, so...
he uses Quelled Creepers. That looks like probably Dendrohypostasis.
Oh boy.
But she also leads Liyue chilies, which are a bit of a pain to find because there are no good clusters that I know of.
Maybe next week we'll go on a super adventure, Fern.
Super adventure, we will hellbeast the world.
We're gonna have to go
I mean,
on a world tour.
We know that you can walk to Sumeru, so technically speaking, we can walk all the way probably to
We
the
can walk there.
Dendrohypostasis.
I think.
It will-
Yeah. I think we can get past the wall. I don't think we
Oh.
have to do the Sumeru story quest to get past it. I think you can sneak by.
I found a thing, I just put a hellbeast on it.
Oh,
Pleasure! Yeah, see? Who needs a Geo Traveler?
yep. We got Yo-Yo. All right, folks. Y'all got anything? I'm sending us out.
Nah, let's
I'm
get
done,
out of
I'm
here.
done.